Здорово, психрадикал. Здорово. Здорово, Хеев. Привет, привет. Так, ну, короче, пацаны, чё, рад всех видеть, ёпта. Здорово, здорово, Генри. Начинаем наш стрим субботний, вечерний. И чтобы долго не ходить, как говорится, вокруг да около, продолжаем проходить The Council, которая победила на прошлом ауке игровом. Вот. И, соответственно, у нас был небольшой баг, поэтому мы чуть-чуть откатили в плане прохождения. Сейчас вот будем, короче, говорить с... Как ее? Эмили или Кузьма?
The heavenly symbols refer to Pandora's box. Emily, I'm pretty sure I've got Pandora's box.
Of course you have. You see an earthen pot and you immediately assume it can only be Pandora's box. Logical. What I like about you, Louis, is that you never fail to surprise me.
Emily, what if I open the jar? Would that then make man responsible for all the evils?
Try. It'll make a change. Alright, can we move on now?
Чуть-чуть
I do
пролагивает.
love your irony,
Там не в
but
этом был баг.
honestly, are you ever impressed by anything you see?
By a chamber pot? No, you really do need to do better than that.
Здесь водка нормально? Нет, херово.
A golden fleece.
It's freezing. Hurry up.
Ебать.
Cold?
Окей, нормально.
You want a rug? It'll warm you up.
I wouldn't be caught dead in that horrible thing.
That's a pity. The gold color brings out your eyes.
And your flattery brings out your boorishness.
An unofficial gospel? You'd be more likely to find this kind of book at the Vatican.
Nothing special. The library at Buckingham has 3.
The Gospel according to Judas, or How to Crucify Jesus as part of God's plan. You do realize that the contents of this book could undermine the very foundations of Christianity.
One more reason to leave it in the secret room of a lost manor on a private island.
Do you realize how important this book is?
Of course, but what I really want to know is how did it come into Mortimer's possession?
I was thinking the same thing about all the paintings and sculptures in the manor. How did the English manage to get their hands on them?
When someone wants to attract the attention of the world's leading power, somehow the gifts just pour in.
You wouldn't have gone to the Vatican recently, would you?
Are you calling me a thief?
Certainly not. Never entered my mind.
Чего они не в России тогда, если про сильнейшее государство речь, а? Шо?
Hey, Mortimer is the author of this work. It talks about his passion for art. Well, Looks like a pamphlet on different political regimes, written by Mortimer himself. Guess what I found?
The Holy Grail.
Older than that.
Ну давайте проскипаем, да.
See, the workmanship
В принципе,
on this
все это
crown is
вроде
phenomenal.
видели.
I can just see Mortimer dressed.
You have a curious eye.
Why?
Well, if Peru stands for French grace, then if I were you...
You should see this sword.
I'm busied.
Brass quillons and knobs. A beautiful cruciform line. Judging by the wear and the technique used to forge it, this sword dates back to the Crusades, and it must have belonged to a wealthy knight. There's a date. MCXC 1190. That's right. It really does look like Joan of Arc's sword.
The famous Maid of Orleans.
You bet. Given the number of English butts she kicked.
And we all know where that... When you finished playing, maybe...
Amber.
Here's something interesting. A manor in Maine. Hundreds of acres of... Incredible. Some of the...
I wonder how come all...
Do you think...
See those fine scratches?
Yes.
The ink barely spreads on the paper. The deed was written. These documents must be fakes.
Be careful.
And look here.
These documents...
And how do you know my mother?
I didn't know, I just...
I don't know. She...
If that's the case...
Once again, I don't know. Mortimer's collection is...
That's an understatement.
If each time Mortimer does someone a favor, they reward him with a priceless gift, that means he must have helped. I wonder why my mother didn't make...
She didn't have time to write it down.
Or she wanted to protect her.
You'll just have to search the rest. What is that you found?
A cameo pendant. What's going on?
Nothing.
For crying out loud, Emily, you lunged for that jewel like your life depended on it. Tell me what this is about.
No. We just met, Louis. I like you, but I can't just suddenly open myself up like a book to you.
Listen, Emily.
Так, ну здесь нам немножко проспойлерил Хейв, поэтому сейчас мы чуть по-другому сыграем. Ладно,
all the clever evasions and just trust.
And why the hell should I place my trust in you, Louis?
Nothing. I have done absolutely nothing for you. No to this, no to that. You ask for proof of trust, but when you get it, you turn a deaf ear. You are defiant, evasive, and paranoid. Go question your own motives. I've done all I can.
All right, fine. There's no point getting on your high horse, you know. So I'm wary, I grant you that. I'll admit you are fairly reliable.
That's it? I was expecting more.
Well, I'm prepared to trust you when it comes to choosing a French cheese, but I've nothing to gain by confiding in you any further than that.
Nothing to gain? Damn it, Emily! I'm only trying to help you. Stop needing to gain something all the time.
Because you think I need help?
Just like everyone. You have your strengths and your weaknesses. And there's no use pretending
Скоро
otherwise.
будем там, грустный волк.
And I bet you found out where I'm weak, haven't you?
Уязвимость ее мы не узнали еще. Ну, можно... Мы знаем, что не оккультизм. Дайте попробуем.
It's obvious to me that whenever anyone seriously questions you, you start to lose your footing. It's not a big deal in and of itself, but we can help each other when that happens. Together, we'll be much stronger.
My dear Louis, you're very kind, but you are completely mistaken. I have no problem whatsoever dealing with being questioned. I'm sorry to tell you, but you read me badly.
Здорово, Артём.
I might have some weaknesses, but I don't need your help to overcome them. And I'm simply not contemplating collaborating with anyone at this time. Do you understand?
Так.
I don't see us as partners for life. You won't owe me anything, you know. It doesn't commit you to anything after all.
All right, you've gone to a lot of trouble. You deserve an answer. I already have a work partner. I know my weaknesses. I don't doubt that your abilities will be of use to me. But I already have all that, thanks to my teammate.
Is there any chance you might tell me who he is?
No,
Ладно,
I've
так,
already said
разбуди
too
через
much.
час.
Consider
Привет,
yourself
Валентин.
lucky
Ну
I've even
ладно.
given you this much.
Туалет пойду.
It's extremely rare, believe me.
Вообще что-то
Come on, don't stop now that you've come this far. You know that eventually I'll end up making you talk.
Well, since no one can resist you, let's see
Во
if you
веки
can
веков
guess who
аминь,
my
Валентин.
partner is.
You're a gambler. So, your partner is your sister. She's your partner. She's the one you're looking for.
Well, I am impressed. How the devil did you guess I had a sister? Virtually no one even knows. When it comes to getting results, you are very good. I grant you that.
Психолог.
You deserve to know why the sight of the...
Психолог. Блять, а где психолог? Не понял. А вот психолог.
cameo pendant affected me so strongly. I thought it belonged to Emma, my twin sister.
Oh, now I get why you said you had a memory for two.
Yes, you can't imagine to what extent though. As children, everyone got us mixed up. So one day we decided to play along. Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Clever. But isn't it complicated? How do you make it work?
One of us has no existence in the outside world. We share everything.
Привет,
First
Арпеги.
for one, then for the other. We dress the same, wear the same makeup, we speak the same. We've learned to act as one. When we accept a mission, we both turn up. This time, though, she went ahead and I was meant to wait for her on the mainland. She was meant to meet Sir Home and bring back the details so we could work out who would follow up.
And there was a problem?
She was supposed to return from Mortimer's 1 week ago. The boat turned up at Plymouth, but alas, no trace of my sister. Instead, a sailor passed me a message from home, notifying me of her sudden disappearance.
So, my mother and your sister go missing just a few days apart. That's strange. Maybe their disappearances are linked.
It's clearly a possibility, but up to now I haven't found a trace of either of them.
None of this is very reassuring.
By the way, Louis, now that you are in on the secret, you are obliged to keep it to yourself, or you will pay very dearly.
Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me.
It's time to leave.
Хейв, а если я сейчас пойду с этой, блядь, с Адамс, вообще не стоит вино пить? Или один раз все-таки можно будет?
So, what do you think of our first adventure?
I must admit it has been fun by your side.
Same here.
Oh, she's been drinking too much again.
Louis, I need to talk to you right now.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Actually, this is not a
Вообще
good
не
I'm
стоит.
begging you, please don't leave me alone.
I'll be waiting for you in your room, but don't be late.
I was sure there was a certain je ne sais quoi between us.
Louis, we need to talk now. Otherwise it'll be too late.
Looks like Elizabeth really needs me, but if I start talking to
Аккуратнее,
her,
Арпеги.
for sure Emily won't wait for me.
То
What
я
should I
могу их
do?
пригубить.
Sorry, Emily, but I can't leave Elizabeth like this. All right, Elizabeth. How can I help?
Thank you. Come on, follow me. I really need to talk to you, Louis, right now.
Does Lord Mortimer know the mess you've made of your room?
Listen to me, damn it! My days are numbered.
Elizabeth, I don't know if it's about my mother again, but I'm telling you, you've nothing to be afraid of. She didn't come here for you.
I saw her.
Saw who? You saw my mother? When?
Just last night. I went out to walk along the cliff top and I saw her in the distance. She tried to hide right away, but I'm sure it was her.
Are you saying you recognized my mother in the middle of the night while she was hiding?
Yes, Louis, I know it was her.
You just said she was far away, right? In the middle of the night. And the exterior of the island isn't exactly well lit.
Listen, I'm telling you, it was her.
Did you talk to each other?
Блять.
No, she was far away. I didn't make any noise, and then she was gone.
Have you told anyone you've seen her? Sir Holm? Mortimer?
You don't understand. It's her. She's here.
Yes, I understand.
No, you're not listening. The moment I saw her, I was overcome by spasms. She's here. I'm telling you, it was her. Yes, I need something to calm me down.
No thanks, I'd better not.
Listen, if you want me to tell you everything, you have to drink with me, Louis. What I have to say to you is of the utmost importance.
Кстати, кадр на кинжале.
No, I won't drink.
All right, Louis, then get the hell out of here.
Блядь.
You're incapable of opening your eyes, so be it. Get out!
Вов, здорово, Паш, здорово. Рад вас видеть, братва.
Why the hell did I go with Elizabeth? I could have spent the night with Emily, but no. I had to go play the night with a big heart.
Вов, да не похожа она на Ярославу.
Tomorrow's another day.
Типа, просто блондинка тоже, с выбритыми висками, но лицо вообще не похоже. Но вообще, да, так уже шутили, типа.
Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
What the hell's going on?
You are in deep trouble, my young friend.
Нихуя. А я не... Подождите, это я типа снова проиграл или что это за хуйня? Хейв, это чё за херота? Все нормально, да? А это не государство, кстати, Вов. Это не государство было.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible. Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my
Вам
sister.
повестка, да.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured
Блять,
me that you
конечно,
are to take over
способны,
the
блять.
project on behalf of
Взрослого
your
пытать
mother.
гораздо сложнее, он
Johann
сильнее.
Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. You'll find that Lord Mortimer is not what one would call conventional, Monsieur de Richet. Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
Так. Ну, энциклопедию надо читать, хуя. Мартимер. Блин, 3 книги. Все, я уже не могу выбрать. Сука. Ну ладно. Блять, надо было раньше тебе написать, хей. Это не... Блин, это, ну, скажем так, это гости того же особняка, что и я, Вов.
Please do.
Thank
Да.
you. I wish to apologize wholeheartedly, Louis. I made you cross the seas, and I wasn't even here to welcome you. When I asked you to join us here, it was, of course, in the hope that you would help us find your mother. But an act of horrific violence occurred during the night. And I do not know if this is linked to the disappearance of Sarah.
What are you getting at? What act of violence?
We found Elizabeth Adams' body in her room. She was brutally murdered, stabbed several times. I'll get straight to the point, Louis. According to the initial elements at my disposal, you were the last person to see her alive.
Yes, last night we, Do you suspect me?
I want you to tell me everything that happened last night and leave nothing out. Tell me, how did the evening begin?
Duchess Hillsborough and I were returning to our rooms when Elizabeth came up to us. She was in a state of panic and insisted that she needed to speak to me. She said she feared for her life. I took my leave of the Duchess and followed Elizabeth to her room.
Continue.
She insisted we have a drink, without which she refused to confide anything.
What exactly did she want to speak about?
She claimed she saw my mother the previous evening on the cliff, if I remember correctly.
Все правильно.
Interesting. I will send someone as soon as possible. But do go on.
I refused to go on drinking with her. She already seemed drunk and her conversation became confused. So then she ordered me to get out. If only I'd stayed.
Don't blame yourself, Louis. How could you have known? But thank you for this new information. Louis, I shan't hide the fact that this tragedy puts me in a very delicate situation. I cannot risk upsetting the smooth operation of our next conference. But the case cannot remain unaddressed. I must reassure my guests, and justice will be done. And for that to happen, I must ask for your help.
Why is that?
You met Elizabeth. You spoke together, I believe. She trusted you. Listen, Louis. Find out who could have committed this murder. I refuse to believe that one of my guests is the murderer. I want to know who is responsible for this. And I trust you. You have my backing. You must stop at nothing. Can I count on you?
Of course. How would you like me to proceed?
Maybe you could start by going to the scene of the crime. Elizabeth was attacked in her room.
Can you tell me anything else about what happened?
Now, Louis, I wouldn't want to influence you. Get over there and form your own opinion.
Do you have any suspects in mind, my lord?
I spent most of the night talking with Sir Gregory and His Eminence Piaggi. So I think you can remove them from the list of suspects. Monsieur Bonaparte and President Washington left the party after midnight, I believe. They were tired and went up to bed.
Right. I'll get over there immediately.
Thank you, Louis. And once you've finished, come back and let me know your findings. I'll be waiting. And Louis, you've got permission to search through the guests' rooms. They've all been notified and they agree.
Your Eminence, I imagine that you've heard the news about Miss Adams.
What a tragedy, my son. How could such a thing have happened?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary last night?
О, спасибо за оформление подписки, Дэвид Джонс.
Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room. But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble, Louis. It's probably nothing.
Not to worry, Your Eminence. If he is innocent, then he has nothing to fear. Do you know why Monsieur Bonaparte was hanging around her room like that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the dashing young soldier had become infatuated with a fragile young woman who looked a bit lost. But I don't think he got a very warm welcome.
Bonaparte and Adams? But they didn't even know each other, did they?
I couldn't say, Louis. But if I were you, my son, I would talk to Monsieur Perrault. You remember how violently he set upon Miss Adams.
Oh, don't worry. He's on the list of suspects.
Так.
Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming.
Якорцы. О, Левиафан. Томаса Джобса.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
Will you remind me of the facts we already know about?
Elizabeth Adams was killed last night, but Piaggi was with Home and I until late at night. As for Bonaparte and Washington, they left us after midnight, both tired.
I'll be in touch as soon as I have any more information. The nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. All that water will give me a little reprieve.
Это Мортимер рисует. А, да, это же тоже, по-моему, картина Гои. Нет. Ну, короче, тут Мортимер автор некоторых реальных картин, которые другим художникам принадлежали в действительности. Опа. О, жесть, дождь. У нас дождь херачит. А как у вас? Спасибо, Горилла. От души. От души.
Всем привет.
Горилла.
Хорошего стрима, Васила.
От души. От души.
Which four-letter word could open this chest? Which four-letter word could open this chest? Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Валентин. Пена, точно.
Which four-letter word could open this chest? Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Привет, Михаил Пушков. Какой чел? Васил демон. Пепа? Блять, а вдруг тут не слово, а просто набор букв? Типа вот реально Пепа.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Дайте ваши гипотезы.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Так.
Which four-letter word
Зевс,
could
кстати,
open this
да,
chest?
да, Зевс, точно. Зевс. О, красавчик. А ты, Хейв, ты угадал или ты знал?
Greek drachma, one of the rare ancient coins to be mentioned both in the Bible and in the Quran.
Угадал? Красавчик, красавчик. Красавчик. Погнали расследовать убийство. Да она сама по-любому напилась, там опиума хапнула. Ребят, не бухайте и это. Опиум не употребляйте, и все у вас будет. Ну, как бы, может быть, не все, конечно, но проблем будет поменьше. Че я комнату Вельнера не могу обыскать? О, вот и Вильнер. Здрасте, здрасте.
Good day, Monsieur de Richet.
Mr. Volner, are you looking for anything in particular? Next to Elizabeth's room?
No, I...
Опа,
Nothing
опа!
special.
Глазки забегали, шинка подспустилась.
Has anyone told you that Elizabeth was killed last night?
Yes. Rumors spread quickly.
Huh. He looks very put out.
It's horrible. How did it happen?
I can say nothing to you, sir. You'd better follow your host's
Привет,
instructions.
Небодлогов, привет,
Stay in your
Смыв.
quarters.
I shall leave you now, sir. I will return to my room.
Смылся. Что ему здесь было надо? Я знаю, кто убийца. Мед залутал, да, как без этого. Опа. Так. Слушайте, что за херня? У меня управление не работает. У меня клавиши... Даже не управление, у меня клавиши движения перестали работать. Это нормально? Это нормально? Это нормально? Это нормально? Это нормально? Причем все вот эти работают. Что за херня? Хейв, что, перезайти, да? Сейчас, пацаны, посмотрим, что Хейв напишет. Он вроде как здорово шарит за эту игру. Не нормально. Я вот тоже так подумал. Окей. Нихуя. Геймпада у меня нет, к сожалению. Так. Попробую перезапустить игру, хер ли делать. Привет, Дамир. Да, баг случился. Тупо анальный бах. Бах. Иоганн Себастьян Бах. О, все, нормас. Оказалось несложно.
Has Sir finished with his rule?
No, I haven't gone over everything yet.
Sir may take his time. When Sir would like to leave, Sir has only to tell me.
My dear Elizabeth,
Так, это
I'm
мы
writing to inform
читали.
you of knocked over bottle of wine. I know that smell. It's laudanum. It must have been mixed with the wine directly in the bottle. Same thing Elizabeth served me last night. Still just
Вообще
as
нет, не поила.
disgusting.
Мы не пили. Ой, а что за херня? А что за...
I don't know what's happened to this wine, but it's undrinkable.
Какой-то негативный эффект? Кинжал.
The blade is short and thin. Well sharpened, apparently. It's covered in blood. Still fresh. The lower part of the handle is unsullied by blood. The murderer gripped the weapon so tight that there's no blood where he held it. The handprint indicates a small and slender hand.
Так. Ну, судя по всему, она померла. Вот. От старости. Истекла кровью от боли за зря прожитые годы. Такое бывает.
I count no fewer than 9 wounds on the thorax with a lot of blood. At first
Именно
sight,
так,
I'd
Паш.
say that's what caused her death. The wounds are clean and look like they've been inflicted by a sharp object. Some of the lacerations have damaged vital organs, the heart, the right lung, which is perforated. Most of them weren't given with much force. She might even have survived. But the stab in the heart, though not all that deep, sealed her fate. Some of these tattoos are veritable works of... What's that?
Настоящее произведение, а то и сумма.
Bloody hell!
Привет, Алексей.
Drawn on a piece of leather,
XYZ.
stitched onto her skin. Probably during childhood. If the scars are anything to go by.
Нихера.
The same kind of tattoo as on the rest of her body.
Так.
I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture. She also has old scars around the neck, maybe mutilations.
Когда там наркоз изобрели? По-моему, в 20 веке уже, если я не ошибаюсь.
She bled from the nose. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising.
Так.
What a strange smell.
Привет, XY. Ну хотя да, опием можно при желании это. Хотя, строго говоря, это не наркоз медицинский. Спасибо, Алексей XY. Стараюсь, упражняюсь. Держу себя в форме определенных геометрических фигур.
Laudanum.
Certain courtiers use it to get drunk. If taken in large quantities, it can provoke fits of madness. Her breath smells of alcohol and of laudanum. We'll use it to relieve pain. Blood, but no trace of blows on the legs. Let's see. No trace of sexual assault or rape. More tattoos, similar to those on the rest of her body. No wounds, but blood on the right hand. Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. This pinnacle's a trap. The wearers of the pinnacle thought that they were protected from evil by surrounding it inside the different circles of the pinnacle. There are numerous marks on the body. She must have fought like a lion. It couldn't have happened without a lot of noise. There are also a number of old scars.
Это самостоятельно нанесенные.
People who scar themselves in this way generally do so to relieve some kind of psychological suffering.
Осуждаем, Паш,
trying to master the pain, they establish their self-control. Scars are superficial and were made several years ago. She wasn't trying to take her own life. Scarring, ugh. Scarring isn't very regular, but they're mostly from old cuts. She had the sigillum de Amoth tattooed on her, the symbol of the living God, written in the language of angels, according to believers. It is rare for someone to know about symbols like this at her age, unless her mother was a tutor. Symbol of Masons? What's that doing here? Scarring, ugh. Scarring isn't very regular, but they're mostly from old cuts.
Вроде все посмотрели.
Poor girl bled to death. Whoever left that footprint has boats for feet. At least a size 15. Where's a size like that here? Peru? Washington, maybe.
Verify your cock. Да не только в Питере. Да и не только солевые, справедливости ради.
Knocked over a bottle of wine.
На Twin Peaks, кстати, есть похожий вайб, но это, в общем, и неудивительно.
It must have been mixed with the wine directly in the bottle.
Привет, Рейнджер.
Same thing Elizabeth served me last night. Still just
бля, это мы рассматривали уже. Это бутылек.
I don't know what's happened to this wine, but it's undrinkable.
Так. Так, тут вроде все. Да, нож, бутылка, тело и лужа крови.
Clock stopped at 3:54. If it was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime.
А если не во время нападения, то уже неизвестно. Так.
Vials of laudanum. The label shows that this laudanum comes straight from America. I wonder if Washington's involved. Large quantities could knock out a bull. Could Elizabeth have been drugged? If the body wounds are anything to go by...
Игрушка, ну, 18+, наверное, да, я, честно говоря. Ну, нам тут вроде всем есть 18. Мне? Да. По крайней мере. А если вам нет 18, это... Опа! А я чуть не пропустил.
Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that. A pentagram? What the hell's been going on here? Many esoteric rituals are based on this shape. Could Elizabeth have been sacrificed during an occult ritual? Contrary to what most people believe, a pentagram's not there to conjure up, I don't know what evil or demonic creature. With the point towards the top, the pentagram is an ancient symbol of protection against evil.
Вовремя я обнаружил ее слабость. Сейчас-то мы ее раскусим.
3rd November, 7th.
Опа.
Pistol? Fairly new, I'd say.
Главный персонаж, ну сложно сказать, он такой, каким ты его сделаешь. Наверное, скорее хороший, хотя...
A tribute engraved on the barrel to the liberators of France. There's a few dried traces of blood on the grip. Difficult to know for sure how they got there. It's extremely well maintained. The barrel is perfectly clean. It isn't loaded and there's no traces of gunshot residue. I'd conclude that it hasn't been used recently. Right. I shall have to find its owner.
Но владелец Перю, скорее всего, или как там это?
3rd November.
Революционного судью зовут.
June 11th.
Это мы все читали.
A notebook written in Elizabeth's handwriting. It is written in a mix of several languages. Not too easy to work out. It's medieval Latin. Well enough to translate a bit. He's coming. The demon is upon me. He's coming back to kill me. There she is.
Вернулся, то есть он уже был
I've just run into her son. That was her last entry. What tortured writing.
Так.
The talisman that I gave back to Elizabeth. I can't exactly say it brought her good luck.
Откуда ты знаешь? Может быть, если бы не этот талисман, она бы деньги все проиграла бы. И влезла бы в микрокредиты. Так что ей еще, может, и повезло.
Piece of fabric. High quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear.
Да. Вроде как все обследовали. Давайте сейчас пойдем в комнату. Что-то пока у меня картина не складывается, если честно.
Has finished with this room?
Do you know who could have made such a mess of this room?
Miss Adams.
Не то чтобы тут был порядок, когда мы в тот раз заходили.
So as not to rush her.
Did she have a fight with someone to get the room into this state?
Not that I know of, sir. Miss Adams would sometimes throw a tantrum, during which she would destroy anything that came to hand. Lord Mortimer told us not to enter the room.
Thanks for that information.
You are welcome, sir. Has Sir finished with this room?
I know enough now. Thank you.
Very well, sir. Sir may return whenever need be. I shall guard the door.
Интересно, кстати, что слуги вне подозрения. Ну, слуги тут вообще прикольно сделали, что они как бы, ну, их несколько, но они безликие и одинаковые. И, по сути, ты во время игры особо не отвлекаешься на слуг. Интересный ход. То есть они избежали того, чтобы у тебя было много таких, типа, ненужных NPC, которые никак не влияют на игровой процесс. Вашингтоном мы, кстати, вроде вообще не были в комп. Опа. Что у него за картины, интересно, висят? Сейчас мы все про нее поймем. Журнал инспектора.
A map of Vermont.
Вермонт. Вермонт. Какая столица штата Вермонт? Не помню.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my place. I have a project to show you. It is time that the United States played a more important role on the world stage. I understand your reluctance of playing with fire. I know your new country.
It looks like a note between Emily and Washington about trade deals.
Наверное. Паш, наверное.
A map of Connecticut.
Монпельер? Охуеть.
A map of Connecticut.
Коннектикут. Коннектикута я тоже не помню, впрочем, столицу. Коннектикут. Сделаешь мне? Ну ладно, дай сейчас полчаса интернета. Как взломать это мне?
They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Так.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Portrait of George Washington.
Что-то у него как будто бы нет никаких говорящих картин. Ну, разве что Штаты, карта США. Но это понятно, о чем говорит. Ничего особо интересного вроде как тоже в его комнате нет, если я, конечно, ничего не пропустил. А я мог.
A map of Connecticut.
Хартфорд, тоже не знаю. На северо-востоке. Ёбаное восточное побережье.
Greetings, Lee.
Mr. President, you can guess why I'm here.
Of course.
Lord Mortimer has sent me to ask you a few questions about last night.
It's... How am I going to tell Elizabeth's father that she's dead?
I know, Mr. President.
Скажи, ну представь, что у тебя все дети умерли. А грустно было бы, грустно. А вот не все. Только лишь некоторые.
Tell me, Mr. President, had you spoken to Elizabeth since your arrival? You know her father. You thought she was dead.
No, I didn't. And I believe I'll be taking my remorse with me to my grave. I wanted to, but I didn't know where to begin.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known that her days were numbered. Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes, she came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Did she tell you why she was so desperate to get some, Mr. President?
She said she had terrible migraines that wouldn't go away.
More likely for the voices she heard, not the migraines.
Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes, she came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Do you take it regularly, Mr. President?
Unfortunately, I do, Louis. I still suffer from a terrible toothache, and it's not likely to get any better.
It's just for that, then?
Old age, my young friend. I don't wish it upon you, but you'll soon see. At my age, it's rare to have no problems in that domain.
And do you take a lot?
A moderate amount, Louis. Only the dosage indicated on the prescription of my doctor.
Do you know if she had any enemies, Mr. President?
Not that I know of. I heard about her altercation with Mr. Perry. But that case was closed, if I'm not mistaken. But if in doubt, I wouldn't leave any door unopened. And I'd go and question your
Мне
fellow
кажется,
countrymen.
они Эдрианом Броуди вдохновлялись, когда персонажи
Anybody
рисовали.
slip through the cracks.
Бля, я прослушал его ответы.
Do you know if she had any enemies, Mr. President?
Not that I know of. I heard about her altercation with Mr. Perry. But that case was closed, if I'm not mistaken. But if in doubt, I wouldn't leave any door unopened. And I'd go and question your fellow countrymen.
Don't worry, countryman or not, I'm not letting anybody
Привет,
slip through the
МК.
cracks.
Ну, я бы не сказал, что он похож на Броуди. Я сказал, что вдохновлялись, мне кажется, Броуди. Так-то лицо у него другое, действительно. На Хоука из Dragon Age немножко, да, за счет шрама, пожалуй, кстати. Да, что-то... Сейчас вот я подумал. МК-23. Еще я не знаю, кто такой Рука-сенсей.
Do you know why she came to the island?
To get help, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
Indeed. Sir Gregory suggested to her father that he introduce her to Lord Mortimer to see if he could help her.
Yes, Lord Mortimer has a talent for healing, apparently. I'm not surprised Sir Gregory advised her to come.
Agreed.
Я бы сказал, что он талантливый рвач.
Mr. President, we found a footprint at the scene of the
Шрам из пролога.
Not a dress shoe, I hope.
Там ты его, собственно,
That's all I
получаешь.
wear.
No, rest assured. It looks like the print of a big ankle boot. A large size, I'd say.
Perfect. That should help you, Louis. It's a clue.
В прологе ты там с каким-то челиком, он вас с матерью в плен взял и что-то от вас хочет. Ты с ним вступаешь в драку, и он тебе кинжалом рассекает переносицу. А ты его убиваешь. Там, правда, два варианта были. Я вот не знаю, при втором варианте ты будешь со шрамом ходить или нет. Но я не жалею. Так, с Вашингтоном вроде все. Кто у нас следующий на очереди? Из подозреваемых. Ой-ой-ой. Псевдо-дверь. Я бы даже сказал пара-дверь. Кардинал Пьяджи, но с ним мы говорили уже. Он не в курсах, он с Мортимером.
That's me.
Сюда нам тоже нельзя.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Рубль. О, все, теперь можем купить. Блять, хотел сказать, что можем купить жвачку, а потом вспомнил, что с ценами. Со сценами. Сценами, блять. Понял, что нихуя, еще надо на жвачку копить, блядь. Рублей 9 еще, как минимум. Вот, видишь, Verify, бред Лев Николаевич, Verify Кок пишет, что, ну, можно было без шрама, да. Там можно мать послушаться и не нарываться, а можно нарваться. Я вот выбрал нарваться и получил шрам. С рук жвачку купить.
King George III in coronation robes. Nice touch for the room of an English duchess. Tending children at the orphanage in Harlem. I find it a little hard to understand this man.
Это Гарлем Шейк тут происходит.
Grammar of Port Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language in all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world. At least une partie of it.
Колониалист ебаный. То-то вас прусаки потом выебли.
Dear E, I received your last letter. Unfortunately, the Crown informed the Golden Order that our mission should under no circumstances hamper Sir Gregory's plans. Decidedly, they have support from the highest level in Buckingham Palace. So here we both are, hands and feet tied, and little room to maneuver. Keep me abreast of events. Our mission is becoming more complicated. Yours, E.
Так, понятно. Понятно.
The Lady's Waldegrave by Reynolds, painted upon the request of the Waldegrave family, in an effort to find them a husband. Displayed like meat. It's disgusting.
Не знаю. Может, они сами замуж хотели. Уж замуж не втерпешь, как говорится.
Golden elixir, consumed without excess.
Всем обнесу их комнаты.
A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Emily has indeed some powerful backers. Madam, thank you for consoling the Queen. The King's situation is worsening, but I wager he'll recover from this present fit. Next time you speak with Her Majesty the Queen, would you please be so kind as to ask her to look into my petition to raise taxes with the King? I will personally see to it that our nation will recover from this impasse. But King George's mental situation is slowing down our decision-taking. Thank you in advance for all your help. William Pitt, Prime Minister.
Понятно.
Queen Charlotte. All the royal family of England is there from what I can tell.
Герцогиня, его святейшество готов помочь королю Георгу. Мы увидим средства на наем мигрировавших роялистов для борьбы с Францией. Ваш друг кардинал Джузеппе Пьяджи.
Two coils circle the lock.
Dear Gregory, thank you for the information. I've managed to find out about the names you gave me. George Washington is a man you can trust. In spite of his obvious talent for politics, he has remained upright and honest. On the other hand, as you may well know, he is already doing business with Lord Mortimer. It will be more difficult to approach him.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Dear Gregory,
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Так, кармелитовая вода.
Dear Gregory.
All right. I've retrieved everything. A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. Madam, I shall never thank you enough for all your care and attention. I shall be indebted to you until my last breath.
Короче, тут какие-то английские движухи.
A letter from William
Я это все не уважаю.
addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime
Я за
Minister of the
честный
United
бой.
Kingdom. He
Русский.
has some powerful backers.
Бесконтактный бой. Так. Дайте поговорим с Эмили. Ты, сука, почему ты алиби на меня это становится?
What can I do for you, Louis?
I've come to see you about last night's tragedy. Did you hear anything about what happened to Elizabeth?
Yes, we all did. Rumours spread quickly, you know. How awful. I didn't know her well, but I hope at least the poor thing didn't suffer too much.
Death came quickly. You can be assured of that.
If such a senseless act can happen here, then none of us is truly safe anywhere. Lord Mortimer must be mortified that one of his guests could have committed such an act. Don't you think?
He is indeed very upset about it. It's only natural after such a violent murder.
Violent? What do you mean?
Elizabeth was stabbed 9 times.
Oh my God, Louis. How awful. The murderer must have had a serious grudge against her to set upon her like that. It must have been a crime of passion. Do you know what happened exactly?
In fact, Lord Mortimer has asked me to look into this case, Emily.
Really? Are you Lord Mortimer's snoop now?
I'm doing it for Elizabeth, not to please Mortimer.
Good for you. Quite right, too. Have you found out anything?
Did you and Elizabeth get to know each other?
I must admit, Louis, I didn't take
Она
much
об
interest in
Элизабет
her.
достаточно
I feel a bit
пренебрежительно
guilty about it, but
высказывалась,
I
на
never
самом
actually
деле.
spoke to her. She seemed burdened by her problems, and as she
В
wasn't
духе, что
invited to
та
the
опять
conference, I
набухалась,
didn't
всякое
really
такое.
seek her out.
I'm now interviewing all the guests to establish the alibis
Блядь,
for each
ждала
person.
тебя. Ну, в
Just so
смысле,
that I can
нас.
cross you off the list of suspects, can you tell me what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Am I given to understand that I'm on the list of suspects?
Don't take it the wrong way, but I must consider every possibility.
Well, if you absolutely wanted to be sure of my activities that evening, you only had to join me, you know.
I know, Emily, especially since I couldn't prevent the murder, even though I spent part of the evening with Elizabeth.
You're sure it's not too hard to bear for you?
The fact is, I don't have a choice. But I will find the murderer. I owe Elizabeth that, at least. I hear you were in discussions with the Holy See.
Oh, either His
Здорово,
Eminence
Jigsaw.
can't keep his tongue from wagging, or you've been poking your nose where you shouldn't, sir.
Even so, Emily, you're raising a royalist army. That's no small matter.
And you are straying from the subject. Is there anything else you wanted to ask me?
We found the murder weapon.
What is it?
A dagger, quite slim.
Have you found its owner?
Not yet. Still searching as it happens. That said, since a
Ничего
blade
не
penetrated the
сказала,
body
да.
several times, the murderer's hand will have been covered in blood.
You think that's a clue?
The handprint was a very slender hand, Emily. Probably that of a woman.
Do you realize what that means? There are only 3 of us on the island. Bearing in mind that neither my sister nor myself had any reason to set upon the young lady, that means...
I know, Emily. I know.
Keep up your courage, Louis. I'm sure there's an explanation. You're bound to shed some light on it all.
If what you say is true, Emily, I'm less and less enthusiastic about shedding any light on the subject. I won't keep you, Emily. Thank you for answering my questions.
See you, Louis.
Что-то мне столько опций в диалогах недоступны. Ну ладно, будем вывозить на том, что доступно. На морально-волевых, как обычно. Тупо на силу воличах, короче, вывезем сейчас. Раскроем дело. Ну, на морально-волевых тупо.
Amber crystals.
Так.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
У него мы были в комнате уже.
Hannibal crossing the Alps. Another military success. Why do I get nothing but visions of horror in my room, and he gets victory after victory? beautiful weapon. Livy damage, my dearest son. A bicorn decorated with a cockade. It must belong to a French soldier.
My dear Napoleon.
There's just one holster in Bonaparte's gear, and the pistol is missing. On the other hand, his cleaning equipment is in mint condition. That's typical of the soldier in it.
My dear Napoleon, as previously.
Vercingetorix throws down his arms at the feet of Julius Caesar by Royer, two great army chiefs.
Ну, пойдемте поговорим с ним.
Monsieur de Richet, please be quick. We are both very busy.
Someone saw you not far from the victim's room. Can you tell me what you were doing exactly, please?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. I wanted to warn her to be careful. You see, on the night of my arrival, I saw someone leaving her room in haste, and I wanted to speak to her, to warn her. Unfortunately, the young lady slipped through my fingers each time. Now I know why. She had every reason to be worried.
Озвучка,
What an
не
idiot I
знаю.
was not to insist.
Озвучка как озвучка,
I could have
нормальная,
helped her.
неплохая.
I've been studying him for a while now, and I don't think he was lying. Yet, I'm surprised how easy it was for me to read him. It must surely be his military side. I wish they all could be like that. My investigation would be finished already. As any good soldier would, I imagine you own a firearm. May I see it?
Oh, well, if you really want to, here is my pistol. Don't worry, it is not loaded.
Do you have several of these?
In Corsica, oui, but not on me when I am traveling. Only a bandit would carry such an arsenal.
Thank you. Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me to...
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards.
Can you tell me who was present at the game, please?
Well, there were Lord Mortimer, President Washington, and Sir Gregory.
Lord Mortimer об этом не упомянул.
Ah, and His Eminence Piaget as well. Excuse me, I nearly forgot him. Poor soul.
Did any of you leave during the game?
Not that I know of, monsieur. I didn't exactly spend my time noting the other guests' comings and goings, but I don't think so.
Thank you. Did you notice anything unusual during the evening?
Тут все мутные
Except the
МК-23.
luck of the devil of Lord Mortimer
Ну, мы
and
еще не
Sir
всех
Gregory
опросили.
at cards.
Did they win much?
Oh la la, monsieur, they cleaned us out more like. But I plan on getting it all back before we leave.
What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight, so I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really. No.
Well, have we finished, monsieur?
Exactly. Thanks again for all your answers. Good
С
day.
этим вроде удалось узнать все. Но у нас впереди самое интересное. У нас впереди Перю. Который, ну, вообще говоря, для меня скорее главный подозреваемый.
Жак Перу?
Так, сейчас предстоит тяжелый разговор, скорее всего.
What do you want from me, de Richet?
Greetings. It's fallen to me
Cut
that...
the crap! Get to the point. We both know why you're here.
And have you got anything to tell me?
What does it matter? It's too late anyway. Do what you have to do and get out.
It's never too late, sir. If you have something to say, now is the time.
You don't understand. Everything's already written. It's over.
Why is he behaving like the perfect culprit? What is it that's already written? I'm not sure I follow you.
No, you don't.
The Massacre of the Innocents by Rubens. A bit gloomy. Guess my room is not that bad.
Понятно, что это о нем говорит.
Great, honey. Great, honey. Great, honey.
Да, встретимся. Нифига. Переуспособен на какие-то чувства неожиданно. Это интересно и неожиданно. Возможно, сможем это использовать.
Massacre of the Innocents, but by Van Harlem. I think that Mortimer likes to play mind games with his guests. Nice decor for revolutionary tribunal
Тоже
judges.
избиение младенцев.
Another painting on the Massacre of the Innocents?
Ну понятно.
Chinese coin. A pattern
Мортимер
of 4
тролль.
circles.
Опа, нихера.
Dear Monsieur Peru, I'm writing to thank you for the funds you sent. These funds will be crucial for the renovation of the western wing of the orphanage. The children you sent are doing marvelously well, and little Pierre will soon be walking. Some of them still
То есть
sometimes
он
suffer
помогал
nightmares
детям,
of their parents on the scaffold.
родителей которых
But I
казнил.
expect they will cease in due course.
Извращенное благородство.
Please note, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur Pep, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur, all right. I've retrieved everything.
Surfing alligator, surfing alligator, surfing alligator, surfing.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the police lieutenant of Paris. It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris. And there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This should be lying around.
Dear friend, please come and join us. We must meet about the ongoing operations in Paris. A boat will be waiting for you in Calais and will take you.
Приглашение Мортимера, избиение младенцев. Тоже избиение младенцев. Да. Ой, нифига себе ложка для обуви. Так, ну вроде все, пойдемте с ним базарить.
All right. Have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions. Two days ago, I surprised you having a go at Miss Adams. What happened? Did you want to give her another beating? She wouldn't let you push her around again, huh?
Shut up, you little shit! You have no idea what happened, and here you are, carping away. You think you're investigator of the year. Have you taken a look at yourself, Dorishe?
Didn't you get enough beating your black and blue the last time?
I did not.
Go on. Keep going.
Finish what you came to do, then get out of my room.
You were armed the night of my arrival. Can I see your weapon?
No.
You do realize you're not helping, don't you? You're making it worse for yourself. I know you were at the scene. We will save a lot of time if you just tell me what happened.
You know nothing at all.
Enlighten me then. For now, I have your footprint in a pool of blood.
That's right. The only thing you can prove is one of my boots was at the scene. Congratulations, you've wrapped up the investigation. All right, have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions. Let's get right to it. Are you Elizabeth Adams' murderer?
That is for you to prove, if I'm not mistaken, boy. You weren't expecting me to do all the legwork for you, were you? Lazy man.
Понятно.
I'd like to talk about the letter you're writing. What woman is it addressed to?
Who says it's a woman? I'm not saying any more. There's no point you insisting.
Понятно. Так, это этот немец. Ван... что-то там. Хортус Деликариум.
The alchemist is a young man.
Ну тут, в общем, все понятно.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart. If I'm not mistaken, Paracelsus named the element called zinc.
Zinc. Театрум химикум.
The Sorrows of Young Werther. There's a handwritten text signed by von Werner on this first page. Dear Elizabeth, I know that this book is but a small token compared to the delightful moments you gave me, but I hope that this will nonetheless keep the memory alive. Your ever obedient servant. So, Werner had a relationship with Elizabeth, but that's hardly surprising given his fondness for the occult. A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol. The alchemist is an old man.
What can I do for you, Richet?
Monsieur, Lord Mortimer has appointed me to investigate the tragedy that befell us last night.
Oh, yes. It's horrible. Yes. How can I help, monsieur?
Where were you last night?
In my room. I read a few ancient manuscripts before going to bed, but I didn't stay up long. I was tired.
Thank you kindly. Excuse me for asking, but did you know Miss Adams?
Oh, she... not really, to tell the truth. No.
I found the Werther dedication, signed by your hand, monsieur. Would you like to change your version now?
Be careful, Richet. Don't push your luck. My relationship with Miss Adams was pure. It has nothing to do with you. Continue playing the detective as you see fit. But if I find the bastard who did that to Elizabeth, I will...
Yes! I would have preferred a simple response, but I see I have my answer now. Exactly how long had you been seeing her?
I have no reason to answer you.
I see. Is that what you want me to tell Lord Mortimer when he asks what I found out?
It's only been a few weeks.
Please, tell me a little more about the nature of your relationship.
That is a personal matter, monsieur.
Yes, that is true. So, tell me.
All right. It was passion. That's why we couldn't stay together. It scared her.
Страстный роман и не могли быть вместе, поэтому. Потому что это... Да.
You loved her, didn't you?
That is none of your damn business.
Your feelings betray you, sir.
So what? Yes. I loved her, like a moth loves the flame of a candle. That's why we could never be together.
I get the impression that your romance was over. Am I right?
So,
она умерла.
What does it matter to you? I would never have attacked her, if that's what you're insinuating.
Who put an end to the relationship, you or her?
It was her. It was her. But what does that matter? We both agreed.
We finished. I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
Хейф, а имеет смысл по второму кругу с ними говорить или нет, или они ничего нового уже не скажут? Опа. Нихуйно.
The alchemist is an old man.
Нихуйно. О.
The signs of obscurantism.
Да, это я понимаю, что с Мортимером. Сейчас, пацаны, сорян, отойду на пару минут и вернусь. Ну, пойдемте к Мартимеру.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
Will you remind me of the facts we already know about?
Elizabeth Adams was killed last night, but Piaggi was with Home and I until late at night. As for Bonaparte and Washington, they left us after midnight, both tired.
I believe I've identified the murderer.
Really, Louis? All right then. Please think carefully before you give me your answer. This is a very, very serious accusation.
Ну что свидетельствует в пользу женщины? Кинжал, то, что женская рука держала. В принципе.
I believe it was suicide.
Suicide? Louis, I hope you have solid evidence.
The knife found beside Elizabeth's body had a handprint on it, a slender hand. Without a doubt, the hand of a woman.
Мне нужно
And
все
Elizabeth
обдумать,
is
да?
the only female guest? Come, Louis. Anything else?
Блять.
She overdid the laudanum and the wine, probably to take away her anxiety. She could have decided she couldn't go on and acted while she was not her normal self.
Sounds a bit far-fetched to me, but it isn't without logic. Anything else?
She was covered in scars from previous acts of scarification. That proves that she was prone to harming herself. Her suicide was the culmination of this.
What you say makes sense, but it's a little weak. Haven't you anything else?
Короче, он нас тоже засрал. Блять, я не уверен в своих словах. Что за
It is my
хуйня?
conviction that she killed herself.
So she stabbed herself 9
Блять, да,
times?
хуйня какая.
Really? That's very hard to believe, Louis. Louis, I'm afraid this is simply not sufficient.
Блять.
This is a serious accusation. I need concrete evidence. That is why I am taking over this case as of now. Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
She seems to be making every effort to steer clear of your guests.
What do you mean?
For the past few weeks, my mother's been playing cat and mouse, if you will. I don't know why, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn that she's trying to avoid someone. The question is, who?
And in your opinion, would she be the cat or the mouse?
Knowing my mother, she would be the cat.
That doesn't make me feel any better, Louis.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
I knew about your mother's activities, and yours, in the Golden Order. I thought we had everything to gain by working together.
You mean the canon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear about that?
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far.
We shall see.
Жиза, Кирилл.
There's one thing that surprises me.
Не про гистологию, а в целом про экзамен.
Isn't Bonaparte a bit young to deserve so much attention?
Well, you come straight to the point. I like that. Indeed, if you knew just how much you remind me of him. Trust me, I'll wager Monsieur Napoleon will soon prove himself. I'm working on it, at least. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play, and I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what is said. There's something else I'd like to briefly go over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
She was looking for someone.
What do you mean?
In Paris, we were working on a smuggling case to do with occult objects. We had just arrested a dealer who intended to go to you to meet a buyer. My mother was here to find out to whom he intended to sell his stolen treasure.
Oh. What was the name of your dealer?
I can't remember exactly. Something or other.
Von Vollner?
No, not your friend Mr. Von Vollner.
There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
Мы про это говорили уже.
Her not coming back to the manor after so long makes me wonder if she is wary of someone.
Well, certainly. But whom? The only ones who were present during her stay were Sir Gregory, Duchess Hillsborough, Mr. Von Vollner, and myself.
You forget Elizabeth Adams, my lord.
That's true. But Gregory and I arranged it so that they wouldn't run into each other. I thought it had worked. Do you think that your mother felt she was in danger because of Elizabeth?
It's possible.
The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
You seem to know my mother very well, my lord. What did you talk about together?
Oh, as soon as we had a little free time, we liked to share points of view about practically any subject. We would find ourselves embarked on interminable discussions that could go from Monsieur Blanchard's flight in a hot air balloon to the Treaty of Jersey, or the adoption of the metric system in France last year. or even Mr. Eli Whitney's invention in the United States.
Ah, yes, his famous cotton gin. It was supposed to revolutionize cotton production in the United States.
It will revolutionize the world, Louis. The potential of this invention is much greater. Tomorrow, all industries will be switching to simple but large-scale production. Of that, I'm sure.
I'm surprised she didn't get you started on the Crusades. It was her favorite subject.
Are you joking? Sarah and I spent entire days together reliving them. It so happens that the Crusades are also my subject of predilection, especially the third. My ancestor distinguished himself brilliantly during the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Acre.
Mother lulled my childhood with tales of the Crusades. How Richard the Lionheart and Philip Augustus had to battle it out to achieve their ends. And how Guy de Lusignan, having broken his word, launched the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Acre.
Oh, I see Sarah's lessons have inspired new enthusiasts. Good on you, because not everyone can claim they know as much at your age. Your mother is a very well-read woman. You're quite lucky to have her as a model, Louis.
Yes, I know, but I'm still very worried.
I must admit, there are worse things to worry about now, Louis.
What do you mean?
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol. Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on.
That means my vision on the wharf, it was actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister? The very person she came looking for. Why would she do that?
Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation, until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you.
The room was just opposite Mortimer's study.
There are burnt papers in the chimney.
Сейчас попробуем разобраться.
There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there.
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says, we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize your love of riddles there. Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays. St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio. A fierce opponent of the first Christians, St. Paul is suddenly struck by the call of Jesus Christ and converts. It's the best known conversion in Christian history, which teaches us that even enemies of Christ can be saved, and even become his greatest apostles after finding faith. From what I can recall, the account of his conversion can be found in the epistles to the Galatians, the Philippians, the Corinthians, and the Acts of the Apostles. Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior. A ruble.
О, скоро сможем себе жвачку позволить.
What is this disc? Oh, that reminds me of the ones my mother collects. It's magnetic.
Магнетит.
St. Paul on the Road to Damascus
Матушка по
by
месмеризму
Caravaggio.
угорала.
The door appears to be locked on the other side. I think I heard something fall to the ground. A metallic sound, like a key falling to the floor. We'll see if it works. It's open. St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that mean? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe?
Логику не знаем. Обобщить не можем.
Amber. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
Devil's thorn. I'll keep it. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust. St. John is known as the youngest of Christ's apostles. Well, we often give credit to St. John for having written about the apocalypse in the last book of the Bible. It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni. The New Testament. This volume dates from the first edition of Gutenberg. It's the first book that was ever printed. The pages are covered in annotations in Latin, French, and Hebrew. Someone spent years studying this Bible. A volume of the Gutenberg Bible. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan. And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet.
Так.
I guess I'll just come back later. A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel.
Так, что тут еще есть помимо Библии Гутенберга? Павел с мечом. Вера в мечника.
St. Paul, painted by Guido Reni. Of the four apostles shown in this piece, Paul is the only one who isn't an evangelist. He is the 13th apostle. So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. Wait, a note from Mother is carefully folded between the pages here. What does it say? Dear E, I'm glad you found this note. I was afraid the code of the two groups of pilgrims would mislead you. Pick up the package. You know where, and hide it where no one will find it. It's imperative. Awaiting your reply, hidden behind the youngest apostle. What? The youngest apostle? What does Mother mean by that?
Это легко.
The painting looks like it's been taken down recently. But wasn't my mother said that she would wait for an answer hidden behind the apostle? Ah, of course. There's something written behind the painting.
On the second day, the pilgrims will listen to the prophecy of the young apostle. They shall add 1 companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their rank. What does it mean? St. John is the only apostle painted in this gallery who hasn't got a beard. Hey, wait! That means it's him. He's the youngest apostle. Right. This painting is therefore associated with the answer which E had to give to my mother. Now, I just need to know how to recover the answer. And ye know that he was manifested to take away our sins, and in him is no sin. I guess I'll just come back later. A chest with the occult symbol representing air. On the second day, the pilgrims listened to the prophecy of the young apostle. The prophecy of the young apostle, that was John. And the prophecy mentioned is most likely the book of Revelations according to St. John. Saying with a loud voice, "Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honor and glory and blessing." And a voice came out of the throne, saying, "Praise our God, all ye his servants, and ye that fear him, both small and great." And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, "A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine." And the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and a half a time from the face of the serpent. Hey, a new note. It's been folded carefully in the corner of this page. The writing, it's not my mother's. S. I found the book in your effects. I've concealed it where no one can get their hands on it. I can assure you, awaiting your instructions, I will hear your reply like he who hears the angel. Hears the angel? What does that mean? Oh, it's probably the place where she was expecting to get the location of the next note.
А у нас какая-то картина была тут, по-моему, с глазом ангела. Вот.
Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew. Choosing the Hebrew alphabet is no coincidence. It's got to be a reference to the Bible. There's nothing worth noticing here.
There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. No, nothing of value here. It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years.
Так, надпись на иврите и 8.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan. There's something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean? It must be the group of pilgrims mentioned from before. I guess maybe the city of Corinth is a reference to the epistle from Corinthians in the Bible. A group of pilgrims, if I'm not mistaken, numbered respectively 12 and 14 in the last painting. With the simple operation suggested, that would mean that the new groups are 6 and 7. A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. Take heed that ye practice your justice before men, to be seen differently by them. Otherwise, ye shall have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. But Jesus turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, Daughter, be of good comfort, thy faith hath made thee whole. And the woman was made whole from that hour. And great multitudes were gathered together unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore.
Так, а может быть попробовать послание к Коринфянам, ну сейчас.
And said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh.
Так. Первое послание к Коринфянам.
Now therefore, there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to law with one another. Why do ye not rather suffer injustice? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Ah, look, here's a message. It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
Так, Марк, вот он.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
Марка мы вроде всего перебрали.
And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan. Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem.
And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread, and blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to them, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust, 8 in all. It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years. No, nothing of value here. Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew.
Привет, Луно. ГГ сказал, что ответ 6-7.
Choosing the Hebrew alphabet is no coincidence. It's got to be a reference to the Bible.
Сейчас. Но тут нету. Шесть 7 мы уже читали главу 6, стих 7 первого послания Коринфянам.
It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up.
Ты меня запутал,
you to organize a rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group tomorrow.
Следуй за первой группой к Марку, которая даст долгожданный ответ. Ответ даст Марк.
If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
Ответ даст Марк. Последую с первой группой.
And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan. Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes,
мы у
which
Марка
came
все
from Jerusalem.
прочитали. И картину осмотрели. Просто там у картины текст какой-то на еврейском языке, который мы не можем перевести. Потому что я языкознание не изучал. И 8 отметок. Как бы знать.
I guess I'll just come back later. Painting of Saint Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
Вслед за первой группой к Марку.
There's nothing worth noticing here. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. St. Paul on the Road to Damascus by Caravaggio. St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come? This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust is built up on it. While a finger has drawn a number in a thin layer of dust, I can read the number 4.
Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to the strangers scattered throughout
Петр был учителем
Galatia,
Марка.
Cappadocia,
Ой,
Asia,
да,
and
Петр был.
Bithynia. For as much as ye know that ye were not redeemed with corruptible things as silver and gold, from your vain conversation received by tradition from your fathers.
Ой, это же Павла. Господи. Нет, стоп. Нет, Петра.
Or what man is there of you, whom, if his son asks bread, will he give him a stone? For ye were as sheep going astray, but are now returned unto the shepherd and bishop of your souls.
Нет, лучше не стало.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni.
Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust. Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the apostles by Guido Reni.
Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni.
Первая группа паломников. В первой группе паломников было то ли 6, то ли 7. И число 8 написано там. Я последую с первой группой паломников к Марку. За первой группой паломников к Марку. Который даст долгожданный ответ. По идее, тут Марк должен быть. Но...
And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni.
Looks like someone touched this commode recently.
Что-то
There are
плюсовать.
fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
Может, она пошла...
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. I don't know, what does that mean?
Now I pray to God that ye do no evil, not that we should appear approved, but that ye should do that which is honest, for we are as reprobates. For the Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom. How shall not the ministration of the Spirit not be more glorious?
Нет. Так. Первое послание Коринфянам, главу 6, стих 7. Первое послание Коринфянам 6, стих 7.
It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them.
And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. Volume of the Gutenberg Bible. Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem.
8 отпечатков на картине Марка. Не на картине, точнее, а на мебели.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. There's nothing worth noticing here. Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew. Choosing the Hebrew alphabet is no coincidence. It's got to be a reference to the Bible. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. No, nothing of value here. It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years.
Прочесть надпись на иврите мы не можем.
Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays. Take heed that ye practice your justice before men.
Привет, Александр Романов.
Otherwise, ye shall have no reward of your
Да,
Father which is in
прохожу.
heaven.
Чё-то мы застряли. Хейв тоже не помнит, как тут. Последуй за первой группой к Марку. Ну, блин. Марк не дает долгожданный ответ. Марк не дает. Долгожданный ответ. И в Сейн-Пасан в Гвинт как отдельную игру нет, не играл. Только когда Ведьмак 3 проходил, там играл в Гвинт, а отдельно нет.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio.
Владимир не приходил. Александр Романов, у меня негде голосовать, к сожалению. К тому же я сейчас не очень понимаю...
St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings.
Не очень понимаю, откуда вести стрелочку. То есть я прочитал... Ну, записку, которая была вложена... Ну, сейчас я тебе, в общем, покажу. Первая часть апостола Павла. Первое послание к Коринфянам. Глава 6, стих 7. Записка.
No one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them.
And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
То есть, казалось бы, да? Що це нам дало? А, 6-8. Да, но тут нету 6-8.
And he became very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance. Hey, there's a note here.
Вот.
A message from Mother in reply to Eve.
You
must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. He figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself.
I suppose this must be the last message. What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare?
I must go beyond the nightmare.
What does she mean by that?
Clearly, she must be trying to do something useful, but the what? The nightmare. Does that remind me of anything? It must surely speak of a place. Granting that this is the case, where might it be found? Thought it would have been over there, but something's telling me that it isn't. I better keep searching. Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them so I don't look suspicious.
Не догадался я, где ночной кошмар. Я просто про этого продумал, про Урана, который пожирает своего ребенка, своего сына, точнее. Почему неудача-то? Зараза. Вот, блядь. Гадство. Не так хорошо, да, Александр Романович. Что-то мне вот прошлая глава хуже далась, чем предыдущие. Ну, по моим ощущениям. Ну, может быть, даже сложнее стало просто. Zeus.
Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis?
I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
It must have been Emma I saw in my vision. I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay. If Mother's really killed her sister, I'd better find her by myself. They say they spent a lot of time together. They got along well.
Oh, really? Do you think your mother liked Duchess Hillsborough?
Of course she did. After all, she's your sister. Well, we'll find them, Emily. Trust me. Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge.
Ну, давайте
Emily, there's something else.
Go on then.
It's about your sister. I don't know what happened exactly, but it's possible that my mother had a go at her.
I know, Louis. I found out that same evening. Well, thanks for not trying to hide it.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know if I could trust you. Now I know I can. It seems that your mother tricked Emma.
She apparently asked her to hide an important book,
so that even she wouldn't know where it was. And then she shot her like a dog to make sure no one would ever find it again.
Why would she do that?
I don't know, Louis, but I'll find out. You can count on that.
I'm sincerely sorry, Emily.
Thank you, Louis. But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
There must be an explanation, Emily.
That's what we shall see. Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm down, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest.
But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And who is this charming character?
Manuel Godoy, the Duke of La Alcudia.
He's the head of the Spanish government, Monsieur de Richet. He's the one who, in practice, controls Spain.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds!
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
What? Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined. What? The King of France is dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
О, ужас. То есть вот до этого, когда, ну, просто людей, типа, казнили, ну, дворян, было, ну, еще терпимо.
Don't pretend to be surprised. You got a fair trial.
Ridiculous. Bastard. He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded a king for one vote. Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act. Until this, anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please, let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness. He was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
If I remember rightly, what Mother told me one night, King Louis was secretly also part of the Order. I wonder what impact his death will have on us. Sad news, sir.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de Richet.
Are you related to Sarah de Richet?
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured, the response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Мануэль Годой. Блин, Мортимер как будто специально собрал людей в одном доме под одной крышей, которые друг друга ненавидят. Ну, я сказал, как будто специально. Понятно, что Мортимер вряд ли что-то случайно делает.
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you too. Of course.
I heard about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know. Why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. What he wants from me?
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
Hear you speak, it sounds like you and my mother were close.
Let's say I hold your mother in high esteem, yes. We were even planning to work together.
That's what he was getting at.
Did she tell you about our arrangement?
Absolutely, but I was hoping that you could tell me more about it.
Well, she was planning to sell me a very old book.
Предупреждала.
I will make no secret of the fact that I am passionate about
вроде не
it.
нас,
And then Sarah spoke to me about it.
Ему,
Her account literally had me enthralled. I can think of nothing else since. You might have come across some old books in her belongings, perhaps?
As my mother's got so many old books, I'm afraid I won't be able to...
Oh, it's easy. You can't mistake this one. It's an ancient grimoire, composed of 7 parts. Each one is closed under lock and key. It was made in such a way that if someone tried to tamper with it, the sheets would be permanently tarnished. If you find it, you mustn't tamper with it. You see?
That's unusual. Unfortunately, that doesn't ring a bell. I'll look again, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. You seem very upset. Is it so important to you, this book?
Well, it's the search of a lifetime. What can I say? Every time I move closer to it,
Тис, ладно,
it
не
seems
надо
to
ничего
slip
ставить.
away
Иди
at the
сюда,
last
ложись,
minute.
спи.
I was very surprised to learn that your mother had it in her possession. I thought it was with a certain von Borchardt in Paris. Do you know him?
Indeed. One of your close friends?
No, not really, but we were close once.
А можно мне тогда
Precisely.
печенюшку еще?
But the case that concerns us now, because he claimed to have the book I'm looking for.
Another dishonest person. What can you say? Can't trust anyone these days, huh?
No, you can't.
I hope I've been able to satisfy your curiosity, Mr. Von Volner, and that you succeed in finding what you're looking for.
Oh, and so do I.
And now, what if you told me who you really are working for, instead of keeping up this pretense?
I beg your pardon?
We both know what you're looking for, Von Volner. You're the one who Von Borchardt was planning to sell it to.
For centuries, all those who have come into contact with the Al-Azif have bitterly regretted it, Monsieur de Richet. You are playing a dangerous game. Please know that I am working for someone who does not appreciate anyone poking around in his business.
Let me guess. Lord Mortimer.
Oh, you are way off the mark. There's nothing more for us to say. Goodbye.
Спасибо, Тис. Не угадал.
Monsieur Bonaparte, may I speak with you a moment?
May we?
Let me
What do you
speak
think of
from my
Duke
heart.
Godoy?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why is that?
His reputation is enough for me.
Meaning?
This gentleman enjoys people talking about him for too many reasons. His undeserved titles, more than 10 in just 4 years, and each one more prestigious than the one before.
You don't think he deserves them?
If I had seen him on the battlefield, there might be some doubt. But that is not the case. The Queen would rather not risk losing him, so she consoles him with awards and titles.
So you don't have a very positive opinion?
His coveting French Catalonia does not encourage me to have one.
I understand your point of view. Would you have any more information about the conference Lord Mortimer spoke of?
Nothing at all. Mortimer is very committed to secrecy when it comes to his conferences. But given the presence of Monsieur Peru and ourselves, I think it must concern France to some extent. Otherwise, I doubt he would have invited 3 Frenchmen to his table, huh?
Does expression "go beyond the nightmare" mean anything to you at all?
Well, metaphorically, yes. It sums up the career of a soldier quite well. I doubt that is what you want to hear, though.
Indeed. That's surely not what I'm looking for.
Well, monsieur, if you are looking for a phrase book, Lord Mortimer must surely have one, given the number of books he has. You ought to check in the library of the tower. You never know.
Это он серьезно или это...
Well, I'll be leaving you now. Shall we meet up again later?
Wait, monsieur. Any news of your mother?
Unfortunately not, no.
I hope to speak with her about my deal before I leave. Let me know if you find her. À plus tard, monsieur.
Ярослава отдыхает, Александр Романов. Может, но сейчас она отдыхает. Да глупости спрашивают. Может, ты меня ногой погладить?
Могу.
Только что гладила Александр Романов.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
What can you tell me about the guests?
Do excuse me, sir, but I am bound by discretion to say nothing about Lord Mortimer's guests, sir. Perhaps would like to know something else?
Ночной кошмар. Заглянуть за ночной кошмар.
Mr. President, what do you think about your counterpart, Duke Manuel?
I'm very surprised he was able to accept Lord Mortimer's invitation, given the political situation in Spain.
I wonder what promise Lord Mortimer could have made to make him agree to come here, given the circumstances.
Who knows?
Mr. President, can you tell me a little more about the coming conference?
Of course, Louis. That's why we're here. Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory regularly organize meetings like this to put forward major projects.
What do you mean by major projects?
I'd prefer to let Lord Mortimer explain that to you, Louis. Let's say he brings together influential people in order to consider possible actions to undertake to guarantee the future of nations.
Do you know the theme of the conference?
Not in the slightest. None of the guests know the theme before arriving. But you'll see, everything will turn out fine. Don't worry.
Go beyond the nightmare. Does this line remind you of anything in particular?
You've caught me unaware here, Louis. Let me think about it a second. No, nothing comes to mind. Sorry, Louis, but I am unable to help you.
Well, thank you for your time.
Don't mention it, my young friend. Regarding your question on the nightmare, don't hesitate to question the others about it. Maybe one of them knows more than I do.
That's a good idea. Thank you once again. I'll see you in a little bit.
Нет, не заказывай, Александр Романов. А что это за игра? Я в одну игру по Игре Престолов играл и даже прошел ее. Которая называлась, по-моему, Игра Престолов. Такая РПГшка. Мне кажется, надо у кардинала спросить. Знаете почему?
The conversion of Ulysses,
Не может он быть настолько никчемным, что
changing Ulysses' companion
вообще ни в чем не может помочь.
Ah, Louis. Just the man. Good Lord. How did the king come to be executed? I would think that the order would have intervened.
I invite you to speak about it with my mother as soon as she appears.
Is there any news of her?
Well, I hope it won't be long before I find her, Your Eminence.
Now you wanted to speak to me.
I was wondering what to think of that Manuel Godoy.
He is reputed to be a very ambitious character, at every level. But his faith is unwavering. He is a staunch defender of the church. You can believe me.
Тебе бы верить. Игру по ходячим знаю. Я просто пытаюсь понять, я в ту игру играл. Сейчас я короче, найду. Возможно, кстати, что в ту игру играл. Нет. Нет, нет, нет. Нет, не играл в эту игру. Александр Романов.
I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust. Would you know what the conference that Lord Mortimer mentioned is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed about the theme of the conference before it begins.
If I say the nightmare to you, does it make you think of anything?
Your question is strange, my son. Difficult to say. Could you at least tell me a little more about the context?
Think of a place and tell me the first thing that comes into your mind when I say the nightmare.
Let me think. I'd say Lord Mortimer's favorite painting on the wall behind his desk. You know, that painting caused quite a stir when it was exhibited. It is titled The Nightmare, and it shows a woman lying down with a...
Блять, мы же видели это. Мы же видели эту картину, точно. Точно, я еще забыл. Это же реальная картина на самом деле.
Thank you for that, though, Your Eminence.
Только ее...
Go and see it just in case, though.
Только ее не Мортимер. Это где монстр сидит на спящей женщине. Это картина Г. Фюсли. Иоганн Генрих Фюсли.
I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust. Would you know what the conference that Lord Mortimer mentioned is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed about the theme of the conference before it begins.
Thank you for everything, Your Eminence.
Блин, я эти картину видел, я мог сам догадаться, кстати.
I will be seeing you, Louis.
Блин. Обидно. Ну ладно. Хотя бы так.
What do you want, Louis?
What do you think of our last guest?
Well, I never thought I would get the chance to meet that Hispanic Casanova in the flesh. His reputation is well known. The gentleman collects lovers, including, would you believe it, the Queen of Spain.
I doubt that Lord Mortimer invited him for his charm, if you want my opinion. Emily, what can you tell me about the coming conference?
Sir Gregory and Lord Mortimer organise this kind of high society meeting every so often in order to consider the world situation.
But to what purpose?
Well, by bringing together the most influential people from the dominant nations of the modern world, they allow the mighty to discuss matters with calm clarity. There are precedents of armistices being signed at the end of these talks, you know. Talking while holding a glass of brandy makes things easier. You'll see. You're leaving me?
Unfortunately, I have things to do. Thank you again, madam. So, what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare?
Вон она.
Let's take a closer look. Judging by the shape, I'd say they're Criollo cocoa beans. The chocolate of the Mayas, the rarest of the beans. Some even say they're an aphrodisiac. When a product is in fashion, people attribute all sorts of virtues to it, not to be given to animals. Dark chocolate beans, very bitter. They're greatly prized in high society. A mynah bird. Well, Waldo, is your master good? Sarah Deriche? Waldo, you know Sarah?
Кормить мы его не будем пока.
That's what you generally feed birds. Might come in handy.
Понять, что...
Now, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. As if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it. It's a book on the history of the Crusades. I don't think it has any connection with my research.
Le Coup de Lance by Paul Rubens. It looks like a war painting. Oh, it's dated. The Nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781.
Ну тут это тоже Fuseli.
This must be what my mother was talking about. Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere. No mechanism here. No mechanism here. A mynah bird. Well, Waldo, is your master good? I don't really know what I was expecting. Sarah Deriche? Waldo, you know Sarah? What? Repeat that, Waldo. Sarah? What about Sarah? Good God, what's been happening here? Aha! I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I needed. It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. It gets stuck on number 9.
To number 9. Number 9 large.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. So now what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. As if Mortimer is fond of complicating things. This painting isn't finished. And it looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but I can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period. History of the First Crusades by Pierre-Amédée de la Salle. Hey, the dates indicate AL and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again. The author is Pierre-Amédée de la Salle, none other than the Grand Master of the Masonic Lodge of Paris. Now I understand why the dates are offset. He's using dates based on the Andalusis, year 0 of the Masonic calendar, by adding 4,000 years to the Gregorian calendar. But I thought that the calendar starts in March. The famous call of Pope Urban II. 20 years after the capture of Jerusalem from the Arabs by the Turks, Urban II convened the council. He promises a plenary indulgence to Christians who go and get Jerusalem back from the Turks. The result: the Jewish community on the road to Jerusalem found itself persecuted for no reason. 12,000 Jews would perish. Not to mention the massacre of Ma'ara, where acts of cannibalism by Frankish crusaders were reported, or even the capture of Jerusalem, where approximately 30,000 were left dead. It signaled the beginning of centuries of wars of religion. Or how Louis VII, King of France, eager to be pardoned for the death of thousands of innocent people in the fire of the Church of Vitry, convinces the Pope to authorize him to lead his own crusade. The result?
In Germany, a new outburst of violence against the Jewish community, and a monumental fiasco at poor Louis VII, cuckolded by his wife's uncle.
Cuckolded.
The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi bull of 5,187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean d'Acre was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Damn it. It doesn't work. 5,190. I was pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system. Doesn't work, damn it. I really thought I was close. 1,190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4,000? Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
С марта, то есть год начинается позже.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Ой, не, я хуйню вообще поставил.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Open sesame.
Здорово. Здорово, Демскау. Рады тебя видеть. Привет, привет. Мы тут игру проходим.
Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Murderer.
Ой, осуждаем слово на букву Н. Осуждаем, осуждаем. Осуждаем. Осуждаем.
Great, honey.
О, Новиков. Автор путешествия из Петербурга в Москву. Если я ничего не путаю.
It shows the forces present in Africa. This is unexpected activity in this sector. It looks like there are also many unknowns, even for Mortimer.
А, нет, Новиков это главред журнала Пчела, что ли, или Трутень. Сейчас, Новиков Николай. Это журналист, да, в Российской империи. Он, кстати, масоном был. Да, Трутень, сатирический журнал Трутень. Журнал о злоупотреблении помещиков, о неправосудии и взяточничестве. А путешествие из Петербурга в Москву это не он написал. Сорян. Да, Радищ. Я перепутал Радищева с Новиковым, сорян. Короче, просветитель такой. Ну, видите, я, блядь, сам себя поправил, между прочим. Сам вспомнил.
He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. And goes on, there are hundreds of good ways to live life, but you only need one to convince the masses that it's the only one possible. The author isn't letting any ethical principles get in his way, is he?
Играл Демскау, я ее чуть ли не прошел на стриме. Ну, в смысле, я ее прошел, я не помню, на стриме или нет. Но это немножко другая игра. Чуть-чуть отличается. Похоже, но отличается.
This shows the forces present in America. This is my mother's writing. I've picked up her trail.
Black Book? Нет, по-моему, не играл.
She wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? The only clue she's left for Mortimer is this stone sword. It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example. And judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I've absolutely got to find out where it came from. shows the forces present in Europe. It's clear that France is surrounded by her enemies. However, a large number has been underlined in bold. 26 million. I know what it is. It's an estimation of my country's population. All our neighbors have far fewer inhabitants. It's locked. Fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed. Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever. Something strange about this table. What kind of experiments does Mortimer carry out here? It's a dissection table. So Mortimer does autopsies here on his desert island. But who is he doing autopsies on then? The little surgeon's perfect collection. Looks like obsidian or onyx. It must weigh a ton. These are feathers. Pigeon, probably. A skeleton by the name of Gustav, if the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by. Mortimer's given a name to his anatomy skeleton. That's morbid.
Друг доктор Гильотен.
That must be for writing the homing pigeon messages.
Тут какой-то еще мотив, то ли где-то убийство, то ли отца убийства присутствует. Постоянные отсылки к избиению младенцев. Привет, Александр Лукашенко. К Кроносу, к Зевсу.
Am I seeing things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? It's a chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire. Am I seeing things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science. Even at the Order, it took us ages to get one of those.
Look, a pack of tarot cards. Has he been reading the cards? Mortimer? That would surprise me. It is a typical draw on a line that answers a specific question. To the left, Temperance, that announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, the Chariot, which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the Emperor evokes a future full of power and stability. Something strange about this table.
Так, а тут где-то был этот. Сейчас золотой эликсир, кажется, тут был. Наверное, в той комнате. Сейчас. Все. Так.
A table of alchemical elements. So, Lord Mortimer also studies alchemy? It seems like he's interested in everything. Am I seeing things, or is that an actual Von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible. Mortimer really is at the cutting edge of science. Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's for. I'm a little surprised at Mortimer. I didn't seem as the type to be organizing little pagan parties, invoking occult powers, and dancing naked under the full moon. I'm more used to seeing cheap charms like this sold by charlatans in Pré Saint-Gervais. Three rusty old nails. They're about 20 centimeters long. Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now we all know what that's for. I'm a little surprised at Mortimer. I didn't seem as the type to be organizing little pagan parties, invoking occult powers, and dancing naked under an iron mask. I wonder who it's for. Oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now? This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side. The mechanism passes through the wall. The wheels are the same on both sides. Chances are the combination I used on the other side works on this side too. These cylinders rotate on the same central axis, so when I enter a number on one side, it corresponds to another one on the other side. It looks like the same as the one on the other side.
Объедетесь. Так. Там было 5, соответственно, да? Сколько их всего? Их всего 10. Значит, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Что будет на обратной стороне? Так, сейчас, давайте так. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. По идее так. Потом был мощная гроза.
Причем где-то видишь не тут. Ты до нас доносится она только.
Ну, дождь у нас тоже лил вообще. Сейчас вот я не слышу.
Ну, раскаты вот сейчас скорее не у нас.
Так. А тут я не помню, что было. Один, что ли?
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side. Whoa, whoa. If the grid closes a bit more every time I enter a wrong date, I'd better not mess up again. It doesn't seem to be working. This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side. Wheels are stuck. Shit! I'm cornered like a rat.
Опа.
Someone's coming. Please don't let it be Mortimer.
Не надо так делать.
Who is it?
Это ты уронила, папа. Я ничего не делаю.
Deliberately avoiding me. 4 years ago I was his favorite, but nowadays I have to ask for an audience with his lordship.
Damn it! It's Peru. Monsieur Peru! It's Mr. Deriche. I'm sort of trapped behind this painting.
What are you playing at, goddammit?
Help me out up here, please.
How can I open it?
There's a pedal under Lord Mortimer's desk. Can you see it?
There's no... Hang on. Yes.
Good. Now press it.
Yeah. Done.
You should see something resembling a frame with numbers. Yes? You have to turn them to set the combination.
Так, ну это легко.
1191.
Well. Poking our nose into Mortimer's little secrets, are we? You do surprise me.
It's not what you're thinking. I'll explain everything.
No, you will not, sir. It has nothing to do with me, and by the way, I never even saw you. So, I'll be on my way now.
Thanks again. I'm indebted to you. I won't forget this.
Yeah. Goodbye.
I've wasted enough time. I better get moving if I want to find my mother.
Не понял, Александр Романов. А как, ну, типа, 6000, 6466, это по какому принципу мы приходим именно к такому ходу?
History of the First Crusades by Pierre-Amédée de Rassault. Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our
Ну,
calendar.
типа, по какому принципу ты
Oh, that counting system again.
должен прийти к этому коду? Ладно, может не пояснять, я потом надо будет загуглю.
There's no doubt about it. I need to find out where the sword that came with it's from in order to find Mother.
А, блять, я зеркальный порядок не учел. Все, понял. Они же еще отражены. Понял, все.
You're joking, I hope. Don't tell me you've done that.
Really? How do you expect me to guess?
Oh, for God's sake, just ask them.
Бля. Бля, я не то нажал. Я хотел... А можно, типа... Я хотел нажать подслушать разговор, короче.
So, my son, what can we do for you? So, my son, what can we do for you?
Ой, ладно. Похую.
I was wondering if you might have seen an object like this here at the manor.
What are you playing at, Riche?
I'm afraid I can't help you, my son. Ask someone who knows the manor better than I do. One of the servants, for example. One of them is bound to help you.
Thank you for your advice, Your Eminence.
Please leave us, monsieur. His Eminence and I wish to finish our discussion alone.
Не знаю, Александр Романов, но можно написать что-то в духе... Ну, я не знаю, насколько это будет контра, но, по-моему, это прикольно. Типа, вообще-то, это, типа, твой парень. Или там, типа, не знаю, там, ебать, это вообще-то твой, там, батя, типа, меня затрахал, что-нибудь такое. Ну, типа, можешь, конечно, сказать, что меня твоя мама затрахала, но это слишком очевидно. Ну, слишком, типа, тупо, по-моему. Вот, что-нибудь надо либо с батей, либо с твоим парнем. Ну, тоже хуйня, ну, типа, блять, а что тут не хуйня?
Could you tell me where this sword comes from, please?
Certainly, sir. How did such a sword come into sir's hands?
My good man, I'm afraid you're overstepping your role. You're the one who's supposed to be giving the answers, not me.
Naturally. I hope that sir will forgive me. If I were sir, I would look in the garden. This sword looks like it's from the garden statues.
And how can I get into the garden?
There are two ways, sir. The first way to get to the garden is by the hall between the conference room and the portrait gallery. The second way is directly through the portrait gallery. Sir would just have to go out by the French windows.
Thank you, my good man.
Во дворе стоит статуя. У статуи нету... Ну вот и все, Александр Романов. Как бы, что еще надо? Можно еще что-нибудь написать, ну знаешь, типа... У статуи нету носа, да. Можно еще, знаешь, что написать? Можно, типа... Ну там, ты ж терпит, ты мужик, а ты такой, ну пожалуйста. Типа, ну, короче, типа, ну, пожалуйста. Ну скажи. Ну, это я, правда, больше думаю про то, как это в разговоре могло бы звучать. Вообще иди нахуй, да. На все случаи жизни. Куда я, блядь... А, вот, портретная галерея. Портретная галерея. Вот у этой статуи нету...
There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
О, сила земли. Да, блин.
Fragment of amber.
Так, стоп, я там еще не все обыскал.
I am sorry, sir, but the conference room is under preparation and is consequently inaccessible to guests.
Да похуй мне. Я, кстати, Александр Романов, я не интересовался этим вопросом, но я на самом деле не удивился бы, если бы узнал, что на эту тему есть книги. Ну или, по крайней мере, статьи. Сука, почему я нихуя осматривать не могу? Я чё, блядь, типа слепой? У меня же есть глаза. Здрастите, здрастите.
You again? God damn it, are you following me?
Wouldn't dream of it, sir.
What brings you here?
А вы... А, блядь.
I tell you what I'm looking for, Mr. Peller. Will you promise to keep it to yourself?
Hell no. And anybody who gives you a promise like that is an unmitigated liar. Trust no one, Monsieur de Richet, or you'll soon be a dead man. I bid you good luck. You'll need it.
Ну, кстати, да, резонная погиб. У меня тут в чате, блядь, пиздец, острословы собрались. Ну, кроме Танфана. Танфана, конечно, нихуя у меня... Ты что? Слышишь?
Ariadne.
Прикроешь?
In Greek mythology, she helped Theseus through the labyrinth.
Свежее хоть будет.
Looks like there's a crack in the region of the heart. If I recall the Iliad, Ariadne is none other than the daughter of Minos and Pasiphae. She was in love with Theseus and helped him in his quest to kill the Minotaur in return for a promise of marriage, if he defeated the monster. She gave him a reel of thread so that he could find his way back through the labyrinth, which was famous for being unsolvable. But once the beast was slain, the gallant was quick to abandon her on an island.
Turns out heroes are not what they once were.
Страшная она, наверное, была, пиздец, что ее этот Тесей бросил.
A crack as long as my finger. What's going to happen if I've got it wrong? Ariadne. In Greek mythology, Ariadne helped Theseus out of the labyrinth.
Так, ну этой хуйне точно меч не нужен.
Icarus. Son of Daedalus and Nocrate. Impossible to mistake him with those wings. After flying too close to the sun, he came unstuck and he fell to his death. Pity. If I remember rightly, Icarus was the son of Daedalus. He found himself confined to the labyrinth with his father after his father betrayed Minos. And his father's plan to escape from the labyrinth wasn't any more successful. Man, that kid was jinxed. Well, let's keep going. Theseus, son of Aegeus. He's the one who slayed the Minotaur.
У меня тоже трещина в груди.
Looks like a crack has been made on his torso. It's as long as a finger. I'd say between 6 and 8 centimeters. I seem to recall he took the decision to confront the Minotaur. Killed the beast, but if it weren't for Ariadne's help, he would have been trapped in that labyrinth forever. In short, yet another hero who wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. Okay, I'm probably being a bit harsh. I mean, we do owe him the foundations of Athens. In other words, the Republic. Render therefore unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I wonder if Mother managed to solve this enigma. Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete. I seem to recall that her fate was not something you'd want. She was punished for the sins of her husband. She had to mate with the sacred bull of Poseidon. 9 months later, she gave birth to Asterion, better known as the Minotaur. It's crazy to see to what extent women have always been mistreated. When they're not harpies, gorgons, and other witches, they become victims. Alright, well, let's continue anyways. Daedalus. He's the architect of the labyrinth, and if I'm not mistaken, he's also the father of Icarus. Hey, there's a crack in this statue too. The crack is thin and about as long as a finger. Architect and genius inventor, he built the labyrinth for Minos to imprison the Minotaur. I seem to recall that he told Ariadne how to get out of the labyrinth by tying a thread to himself. So, Theseus managed to exit the labyrinth without trouble once the beast was dead. And when Minos found him, he threw him into his own labyrinth along with his son Icarus. Every action causes a reaction.
Ну, я про Минотавра уже тоже подумал, но это, типа, вроде как слишком очевидно. К тому же я еще Минотавра не нашел. Ну, в смысле, не подходил к нему. Тут эти ебучие волки еще, блядь, сидят, сука, ебаные волки.
Ariadne. I'll try something else.
Уди. Ой, а вот же нить. Это не нить Ариадны? Нет, она сквозь стены проходит. Так, это Тесей.
Theseus.
Да.
I wonder if Mother
Давайте
managed to
попробуем
solve
в
this enigma.
Мудотавра, действительно. Ой, а это... А, это Дедал. Вот Мудотавр.
Asterion. It is rare to see him like this. In general, he's represented with the head of a bull, with the features of the Minotaur.
The famous son of Minos and Pasiphae. Asterion was a son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos.
Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation. Technically, Asterion is the victim of the story because he's described as a child cast out from birth. Born from an extramarital union because of the errors of his father, he was treated as an outcast all his life. And he died as innocently as he was born. A tragic story, as the Greeks knew how to do so well. This statue has a crack in it. The crack is thin and about as long as a finger. I should be able to thrust in my sword. Right. We'll soon see.
Что-то произошло.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Да.
I wonder what this kiosk is doing in the middle of the garden. Too cramped to be able to do much. Well, there must be something going on there. What is that? It's like a sort of opening mechanism. Knowing Mortimer, I bet it's booby-trapped. There's a little hole at the fingers. Pretty sure if I get it wrong, I'll get pricked. Damn you, Mortimer. Reminds me of traps I studied in Egyptian tombs. What's wrong? Either I'm imagining things or my hand was pricked.
Значит, что-то я неправильно сделал.
Pasiphae.
daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete. Alright, well, let's continue anyways.
Так, ну кого еще нам попробовать? Кто там кроме Мудотавра есть?
Daedalus.
Дедала, кстати, можно. Зашел как-то,
Theseus.
Тесей, кстати, гнидовая. Ну, такая относительная гнидовая.
Minos.
А, Минус может.
If I remember correctly, he was the king of Crete.
Ничего, Александр Романов, я золотой эликсир выпил.
He had many children, including the famous Ariadne, whom history remembers for her thread. Hey, there's a crack in that statue. The crack is in the it's a thin crack as long as a finger. A blade could easily enter.
Можно минусы ёбнуть. Ну, ёбнуть. Вы понимаете, в каком смысле.
Asterion. Minos. The crack is in the region of the heart.
Это баг? Да, это баг, скорее всего. Надеюсь, что баги не относятся к работе механизма. У нас сейчас все получится. Лабиринт ебаный. О, заебись.
Again?
На нахуй.
You can't be serious, Manuel. You know that's not going to happen.
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything. Even to...
Agreed? I wasn't aware you had a choice.
What's going on here?
What now? What else must I do to win back my freedom?
Obey me. Now get out!
was that? That's the third time in 3 days. Let's see if you're in there, Mother. Amber. Bandages? Someone's been patching themselves up. Looks like my mother took advantage of being in hiding to change her bandages, huh? This is silk. She must have used her own clothes. These bandages are pretty basic. She'll be lucky if she doesn't get an infection.
Слуга.
Damn it, Mother. Now what's happened? The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything, even to...
But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon.
I'll be leaving now because whatever it is you're up to, I do not want to know.
Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
Так. Что у меня, кстати, по навыкам? О, манипулирование прокачал. Да ну нахуй, Александр Романов.
Louis?
Ну, на самом деле психологию я
Louis,
качаю.
the conference is about to start any minute. This is not the time to be... Damn it. What's going on?
I don't know exactly, Mr. President. I was looking for my mother and I came upon this body.
My God. You don't think Sarah did it, do you?
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I...
How awful. What has your mother gotten herself into now?
If only I knew, Mr. President.
If no one saw you, I'd advise you not to get involved, Louis, so that no one will accuse you of the murder. Ah, darn, the conference is starting. Time is of the essence. Sort this out and join us as quickly as you can in the conference room. Everyone will be expecting you.
Mr. President, this is not really the right time, and I didn't come for that.
Your mother's seat cannot remain vacant. You must replace her while she's still missing. Your mother and I were to support Mortimer on this project. I don't know what the subject is, but the future of our countries depends on it. Given the importance of all this to Mortimer, he won't let the conference begin without you. So if you don't want more servants coming looking for you, I'd advise you to join us quickly and to put a brave face on it. The best favor you can do for yourself, Louis, and for Sarah, is to come and support Mortimer's project at the conference.
Look, I don't mind following you, but I should warn you, I have no idea what this is all about. So I can't make any promises as to what I might do. I shall make my decision after the debate, when the time comes.
Ah, very well. As you wish. You will see once you hear everything. But given the situation, I think you will have everything to gain by joining Mortimer's side. I'm going. Don't be long.
Tell them that I'm on my way.
Oh, he's dead. What the hell's been going on here? Somebody smashed him in the back of his head with something. He slowly bled to death. But that hasn't killed him. They broke his neck. Somebody smashed him in the back of his head with something. He slowly bled to death. But that hasn't killed him. They broke his neck.
Let's see what secret's hidden under these masks. His face doesn't ring a bell. I'm a bit disappointed. Might have expected more from Lord Mortimer. Mother, if this is your doing, the situation is getting worse and worse.
Leftover food. Ugh, not exactly fresh. Must have been here for a while.
Oh, Аристотель.
Someone's made a fire here. And the ashes are still warm. If you're the one who did it, Mother, it couldn't have been easy with only one hand.
An old blanket.
From the looks of it, it couldn't have kept her very warm.
Leftover food. Ugh, not exactly fresh. Must have been here for a while. Well, the gate is locked.
Гей is lock. Ну, гей, lock. Гей. А, вроде все.
Well, the gate is locked.
Блять, а как? Нахуй. Не, я по следу матери хочу.
An old blanket.
From the looks of it, it couldn't have kept her very warm.
Leftover food.
Someone's made a fire here. And the ashes are still warm. If you're the one who did it, Mother, it couldn't have been easy with only one hand.
Как?
The gate is locked.
Как пойти по следу матушки Александр Романов? Я что-то туплю. Тут же закрыто. Я вроде все обыскал. Или нет, или не все. Тело обыскал. Здесь обыскал.
He's dead. What the hell's been going on here? Mother, if this is your doing, the situation is getting worse and worse. Someone's made a fire here, and the ashes are still warm. If you're the one who did it, Mother, it couldn't have been easy with only one hand. And the gate is locked.
Why am I gay? Why am I gay? Why am I gay? Блять, как отсюда выйти из этой хуеты ебаной? Как я ненавижу эти, блять, ебучие лабиринты. Сука. Хуеплеты, блядь, нагородили. Сука. Из городей, блядь. Ебобаных. Ёб вашу мать. Фу ты, слава богу. Не время растиживаться. Нет, Александр Романов, слушай, а я у тебя спрашивал, я еще хотел на тебя начать ругаться, что ты меня игноришь. Я не понял, как пойти ее искать, потому что я там все обыскал, ну, в этой, блядь, в подземелье. А дальше пройти не мог, потому что там ворота закрыты. А что за, ну, что за херня, что сделать надо? Ой, все, я в сад, походу, уже не пойду. Блять, все. Все, я проебал возможность за матерью пойти, походу. А, понял. Ну тогда хер с ним.
I don't know if you ever found what you were looking for in the garden, but Mortimer is waiting for you. I suggest you get a move on.
You say it as if you were afraid of him. I sense that you have things you'd like to say, but something's holding you back. What is going on between you two?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I believed in him. I followed him to the best of my ability. I championed his ideas, defended his decisions, and then, without even realizing it, I became lost. A siren's song, Monsieur de Richet. You wake up one morning, not knowing where you are, and you think about everything you've done for a man who wasn't even worth it. For a man who has no respect for you, who uses you, and who drops you as soon as he no longer needs you. For me, it's too late now. But you still have a choice. Don't respond to his call, sir. Make haste, de Richet. Mortimer's waiting for you.
Amber crystals.
I'm convinced that it is very common indeed. She's not acting by design, is she? Not as you represent it. But with respect to any other, I do not imagine. But
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of water.
Да, я догадывался, Александр Романов.
Are you quite sure? Is there not a little mistake somewhere? Yes, because she asked him at last, and he could not help answering.
Я на всякий случай в руку взял осколок кирпича и ответил: я не сука, я орленок Ильича.
My son, glad you're here. It seems Mortimer's been waiting for you to arrive before beginning. What a pity your mother isn't here for the conference. I hope I'll be able to see her before I leave. I still have a very important letter to give to her.
Feeling all right, Louis? You look like you're miles away.
Everything's fine. Don't worry.
Lord Mortimer wants to talk to you, Louis. Don't make him wait.
Indeed, I rather believe he did.
Yes, because she asked him. She's not acting by design, is she?
Golden elixir. I'll keep it for later.
Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it for some time, but now I'm convinced.
I have already told her so once, by your desire.
Are you quite sure, sir?
Good evening, gentlemen. Are we ready? The much-awaited conference is about to begin?
That is what we have all been waiting for.
I believe that Lord Mortimer wishes to speak to you before it begins. You should go and see him. Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes, because she asked him at last, and he could not help answering her when she said he
Ah, Louis, I've been expecting you. Thank you for joining us. We are about to begin our conference. Let me explain what is at stake.
Thank you kindly. But what do you expect of me exactly? My mother's the one who's supposed to attend, not me.
That
Не
is
помню
indeed
Александра Романа, вроде нет.
Unfortunately, she still hasn't been found, and my guests can't stay here indefinitely. The conference must begin, and it would be truly beneficial to the Order to join in the project. Consequently, I would like you to replace her during her absence. What is at stake here is of the utmost importance.
It's important that the French Order gets their say. And should you need any advice, don't worry. You are not alone, Louis.
Very well. Can you give me a brief explanation of the aim of it all?
Of course, Louis, I was coming to that. The aim of these meetings is to bring together the most influential people in order to think together about the future.
But the future of who?
Of the world, Louis.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respective countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
In concrete terms, how do you organize your discussions?
A conference is always organized the same way. There are two masters of ceremony who determine an important subject.
You and Sir Gregory, I presume.
Exactly. We shall be the masters of ceremony. It was our obligation to each bring to the table several guests in order to debate a subject. Once the debate is closed, a decision will be made by a vote of all the participants.
By a unanimous vote. If the project is not agreed on by all, then it will be rejected.
And neither of the two masters of ceremony have the right to vote.
It's up to the guests alone to decide, Louis. In other words, us.
Gregory and myself are merely the go-betweens. Finally, if the project is validated, each guest goes home and starts working to make it happen.
It can take years.
How long have you been active?
Oh, this tradition has more or less always existed, Louis. It has continued from generation to generation.
Do you often hold this kind of society dinner?
In general, once a year, but in actual fact it tends to be events that dictate our gatherings.
Can you give me an example of an event that was decided here before being implemented in the outside world?
Well, take the French Revolution. It was decided right here 2 years before its implementation in France.
Concerning the case of the French Revolution, I wasn't invited. But as far as the American Revolution is concerned, Louis, I can testify that we planned it 5 years before implementing it, for example.
Louis, let me keep you a moment. I would like to let you in on a secret before we begin, because I'm going to need your assistance. You see, the project I'm going to present concerns the territory of Louisiana in North America. It's currently Spanish territory, and I'm going to make the proposition to the Assembly for it to become French.
But how does that concern me?
Well, you see, I prepared this project with your mother. We began thinking about a crazy idea. Unfortunately, Sarah went missing before getting the bigger picture. I don't intend to stop at Louisiana. My idea is to increase the territory of the United States. The first stone of this vast project consists of getting Spain to cede Louisiana to France. Once it becomes French, France will hand it over to the United States, which will then allow them to double the size of their territory. And that's where you come in. France and the United States, hand in hand, two democracies illuminating the world.
why spread it over 2 phases? Why not announce the overall project immediately?
Unfortunately, if Spain were to hear that the intention of all this is to allow the United States to grow, they would never sign. Manuel Godoy is perfectly aware of President Washington's appetite. If the United States took Louisiana, Godoy would know full well that he will have lost the entire North American continent. Things must take place in several stages. Otherwise, the change will be too brutal, and he will have no choice but to reject the project. Take a look at them. Apart from President Washington, they all belong to monarchies. Do you really think they won't resist? Of course they'll fight. Fearful as they are of losing
Было бы
their
прикольно,
precious
если бы
privileges.
можно было как маргинал
The
просто
world
молчать и
needs
смотреть.
Like you,
Как бы
It's a pity
на
Sarah
протяжении
didn't
всего
have fear.
собрания.
She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat, follow the discussions. We'll have an opportunity to catch up later, and you'll be able to let me know your thoughts. My friends, I propose we get started.
Ну я типа минут 5-10 я сам посмотрел, Александр.
First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time to
Никто не
The
заказывал.
honour is ours, my lord.
As per our custom, here we are all together to discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be among us, please welcome Louis de Richet, who will represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome, Monsieur.
I hope he'll be more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting. If the Golden Order wants to pride itself on being an influential organization, it should have kept him alive.
Perhaps we may begin, Lord Mortimer. Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other, more now than ever before. A dream that, for the sake of common good, we will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory may remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer, but I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the East Coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining 2/3 of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France, namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord Mortimer, I sincerely hope I have not come all this way just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made myself clear? What did I tell you, William? You speak of union, and yet here you are, about to tear us apart.
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you. But rest assured, you will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you give me the choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However, I am impatient to hear what Spain could possibly gain from the sale of Louisiana.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What? I do not understand.
There is one more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken, in the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians, but...
We shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not a question.
Duke, these savages, as you call them, were there before you. They are on their homeland.
As much as the black people of Africa,
Ой, осуждаем,
that does not
осуждаем,
stop your
осуждаем
dear France from
популярно.
massacring them and sending them like cattle to Mr. Washington's cotton plantations to provide him with cheap labor. So you keep your morals to yourself, if you please.
Senor, I would not like to be associated with that. The subject of black slaves in the United States of America is a complex subject, which we shall resolve at a future date.
Senor Godoy, you must know that France will soon ban these barbaric practices.
Oh, do not get on your high horse, Monsieur Frenchman. The only reason why France has ceased trading in slaves is because of the commercial blockade that Great Britain has imposed against you. The instant the shipping lanes have been restored, France will again treat these people like cattle.
Come now, my friends, let us not digress. Anyway, these primitive people have no souls, Louis.
Католики.
We bring the good word to them in order to save them.
Ладно,
You'll see. Colonization brings with it many benefits too.
Excuse me, if you don't mind, Your Eminence, I shall continue. Duke Manuel, I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your young protege. Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
If I were you, Senor Godoy, I would think twice before stirring up a scandal.
I beg your pardon?
Given the size of your colonies, you won't be able to keep them for long. A number of countries are eyeing them as we speak. The United States would have no trouble taking them. For all intents and purposes, you have no army in place. By wanting to keep everything, you risk losing it all, especially your colonies in South America, which are far more valuable to you.
That is indeed the danger, Duke Manuel. If it comes to war over Louisiana, you will lose. And probably a good deal more than you now imagine.
Young man, you are indeed a dark horse, aren't you?
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken you and offer certain nations the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States. I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies. I hope you know what you're doing.
Not to put too fine a point on it, Lord Mortimer, but I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
Your Eminence, have no fear over that. I am sure France will do everything in its power to protect the Christians of Louisiana.
My young friend, how can you come out with such a remark after the discussion we had on the evening of your arrival? If France was so respectful of worship, it would not be bleeding priests as it is doing at this very moment in time. Don't be naive. This is politics. The Holy See must be concerned at seeing such a large territory falling into the hands of the French. Mi auguro che insegnerete l'educazione a questo giovanotto presuntuoso, Sir Gregory.
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich will sicher Ihnen, Emily, nie Preußen für diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a common ground.
That's enough, William. These are great times. We don't care about the fate of Louisiana.
That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but yourself.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume and let Sir Gregory finish.
Home, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure watching it happen.
How dare you!
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project, follow me. Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory. I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
As for me, I think I shall remain with Lord Mortimer, Sir Gregory.
You are committing a grave error, Louis.
Time will tell.
My friends, I would like to thank you for staying.
Good God, William. What is this I hear about you reinforcing military power in Louisiana? I have no interest in having France for a neighbor, and you know that very well.
Calm down, George. Louis, explain our plan to Mr. Washington, please.
You see, Mr. President, Lord Mortimer anticipates that once France obtains Louisiana...
Да просто те совсем какие-то ублюдоны.
What do you mean? To us? The United States?
You heard right.
But
President Washington, the United States will double in size.
By what miracle have you...
You need to expand, George. You and France are the two major democracies in the modern world. It is necessary that you both become superpowers.
Are you really going to sponsor democracy throughout the world?
Of course, Monsieur Peru. That's why I don't want Spain to get too attached to those weapons. Please continue, Louis. Explain my vision to Mr. President.
By going through France, Spain won't suspect that it's you who's going to take possession of Louisiana. They'll even believe that France will be a protective buffer between itself in California and you on the East Coast. If Senor Godoy was afraid that you might take the territory by force, now he's reassured. You would never attack France.
But why didn't you tell me before?
So that Lord Mortimer would appear to be isolated without support.
Exactly. You got it, Louis.
Lord Mortimer retains the advantage by advancing undercover, and for it to work, he needed you to act surprised.
William, you haven't changed. Always one step ahead.
1 step ahead? You're joking. More like 5.
On that note, my friends, it's getting late. Mr. President, consider my project when we resume the conference in the morning. You do it to a T. And if Sir Gregory has the audacity to send you an emissary to convince you to go against me, do me a favor. String him along if you can. The more they believe we are divided, the more we'll have our hands free.
Only too happy to oblige.
Now, let us get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Louis, if you have a minute, I would like to ask a favor of you. I'm going to require your services.
How can I be of help? Tell me all about it.
Our adversaries are many, and the closing vote of the conference will soon be upon us. Time is of an essence, so I'll need you to assist me this evening.
How can I help?
I need you to go this very evening to persuade Senor Godoy to join us. He is the backbone of Gregory's resistance. Turn him round, and all the others will follow in such a stampede that Gregory will be able to do nothing but admit defeat.
Lord Mortimer, with all due respect, don't you think I'm the last person Godoy wants to talk to?
I'm sure you can do it. I believe in you.
Lord Mortimer, you're not telling me everything.
Let's say
I wouldn't disapprove if the Right Honourable, though nonetheless choleric, Duke Manuel put you in his bad books. If it could motivate him to declare war on France, it would greatly serve our interests.
War? What do you mean?
I told you before the conference. The more we distract Spain from the Americas, the less it will have an eye on Louisiana.
But all the same, we're talking about a war in Europe.
Don't worry. That's why Mr. Bonaparte is with us. I am convinced we'll be perfectly capable of managing the conflict. And Senor Godoy is not a great soldier. He will not commit Spain to a long war that he won't be capable of managing.
Ну, Годой это плохой стратег.
And
а вот
get some
Кутузов и
rest,
Веллингтон.
Big day tomorrow.
И Блюхер. Были получше.
Aren't you afraid our projects for Italy may be discovered before we... Oh, please excuse us, Louis, but I need to speak with Lord Mortimer in private.
No. What do you want, Louis?
I'm going to have a word with Duke Manuel, but you know him better than I do, I believe.
Yes. Avoid any marks of respect and protocol pertaining to his rank. He's not fond of courtly manners.
Thank you for the advice, my lord. When are we supposed to vote?
The conference resumes tomorrow morning. That leaves little time for the little favor I spoke to you about.
Indeed. I'll go straight away. I shall be leaving you.
Monsieur Johann van Volner.
The Great Work of the Soul by S. Madone. Pure alchemy is a thought, an art that is performed on the matter of the soul. Great alchemists work to transform and perfect the latter by a series of processes, known as the Great Work. There are 4 phases to attain the ultimate in spiritual fulfillment. The human soul must descend, be corrupt, in order to become decomposed. It's something like what I felt when I think of what I found out about my mother. The soul broken up must be purified by the alchemist. Nice program. The soul must be transformed in order to attain sublimation by the recombination of the alchemist. It's tempting. Thus ends the great work. The incarnation of the purified spirit, the elevation of the soul, now become perfect. Its resurrection, thanks to the action of the alchemist. Except if the alchemist has bad intentions, then it's called manipulation. Very metaphorical as occult theories go. The human spirit being the prima materia of the alchemist. The signs of the zodiac. The signs of obscurantism. A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol. A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol. The alchemist is an old man. August 24th.
Прибрались.
Locked. The president's personal reserve of laudanum, and judging by the quantity, you can't go without it. Ah, there's also a letter. Map of Vermont.
My dear George, I'd like to invite...
Это мы все видели.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Saturn devouring his sun. Again? I saw the same theme in the hall. I wouldn't like to be his son. Saint Jerome and the Angel. Yet again, art with political undertones with an image of a saint hearing voices.
Judith beheading Holofernes. Ironic in a way, when you know that the artist represented herself as Judith beheading her mentor, who had raped her.
А, так это моя квартира.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter
Комната,
here.
точнее.
Lovely lectures Mortimer is giving to his guests. Very jolly. Great. The torture of Ixion. Condemned by the gods. The incredulity of St. Thomas. Why is Caravaggio representing St. Thomas putting his finger in the wound? Thomas looks on but doesn't touch.
Dear Monsieur de Richet, please excuse me, but I am unable.
Inspiration of St. Matthew, or Matthew writing his gospel, dictated to him by voices.
Опа, это я к кому попал? Герцогу.
Mary Louise of Parma. How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my Lord Duke.
Нет, я не к себе собирал.
It looks like someone's hidden something on the back of this painting. It's a letter. Of course, it's written in Spanish. It reeks of lavender. Well, well, Mr. Godoy, you seem very interested in hiding this letter. Another secret romance, I presume? Manuel Godoy, a painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty. The Kiss of Judas, painted by Caravaggio. This is how Judas pointed out Christ to the Roman soldiers. Can you imagine a worse betrayal? Don Quixote. Talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. I have to think about that one. Prometheus, punished for stealing fire from the gods and giving it to man. Don Quixote, talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. I have to think about that one. Charles IV of Spain. Now there's no chance of Godoy forgetting who he owes everything to. Maria Louisa of Parma. Although not Godoy's true love, the Queen is his benefactress according to some people. Amber. Maria Louisa of Parma. Although not Godoy's true love, the Queen is his benefactress according to... Volner's probably still behind the door. I best go out through the balcony just in case.
Да чё, Александр Романович, чё стесняться?
Bien, Monsieur de Richet.
Так, это моя фраза. Не просто полная, омерзительно жирная. La Luna del Cacciatorres. Cacciatorres, по-моему, через Х.
Inferno by Dante.
Бля,
Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer is giving to his guests. Very jolly. Duke Manuel Godoy.
Ah, Monsieur de Richet. You wouldn't have seen Duke Manuel by any chance, would you?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I wanted to speak to him, but no one will open the door. I'm not sure he's in there.
If I want to pass through, I'll have to get Volner out of the way. I've searched all over the manor, but I can't find him.
One thing's for sure, Monsieur de Richet. He's neither in his room nor on this floor. I've just looked all over.
I propose we both look for him. The first to find him tells the Duke that the other is also looking for him. Agreed?
Perfect. Let's do that. I shall have a look in the library. If you find the Duke before me, tell him I want to speak to him.
Yes. Let's proceed as you say.
Thank you, Monsieur de Richet.
Right. Now be a good boy and go look somewhere else.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte.
Да пусть пройдет, ему полезно. Старый.
My dearest son. The Beaucaire dinner. It hasn't been signed yet, but there's a letter with it. So, Bonaparte is going to publish a book that he didn't write. That crafty little rascal.
Leave me, de Richet. I don't feel like talking. Are you gonna keep sticking to me like glue? Hell's bells, I don't deserve this. There's nothing you can do for me.
What's going on? Maybe I can help.
Not anymore, you can't. Not against him. But thanks for the offer.
Who are you talking about?
You know very well.
Lord Mortimer? You talk as if you were in danger, monsieur. Has he threatened you in any way?
I'm done for, Monsieur de Richet. I played with the devil, and I lost.
Don't you think it would be good for you to shed your burden?
That is my intention.
You're worried. You have a secret. You're afraid of talking about it. You're protecting someone who is dear to you, and apparently you're prepared to die for that person.
Twice over. Time is short, Louis. Follow my advice. Find your mother if she's still alive, and get out of here. Flee this damned island of doom.
Are we in danger?
You've been in danger since the minute you set foot on this rock. He wants you. He's sizing you up. He is circling around you. It's blindingly obvious. And you, flattered as you are, will soon be running around for him just to keep your place among his precious few. It feels so good to be accepted by him. You will experience power, wealth, glory. He will give it all to you until one day you will feel so eaten up inside that you will no longer know who you are. You will find yourself void of all conscience, of all freedom, and can no longer look at yourself in the mirror without feeling sick.
Refuse, I tell you. From now on, say no. No!
You're a good man, Louis. You look after yourself. As for me, I shall take back my freedom tomorrow morning. I'm through with it all.
There you go. Back in the saddle. I'm glad to hear it.
Come on. It's late. I'd like to get some rest.
Very well. I'll leave you then. See you tomorrow, monsieur.
Dear Monsieur Peru,
I'm writing to thank you for the... Oh, right. I've retrieved nice decor for a revolutionary tribunal judge's room.
Но это несправедливо по отношению к Перю. Он все-таки казнил не младенцев, а детям он вообще помогал. Да и вообще он, по-моему, человек лучший, чем многие здесь. Хотя это не очень большое достижение, судя по всему. Это же... Это же комната Перю, но она не подписана больше. Здесь беспорядок. Походу ему пизда. Видите, не подписано.
The Battle of Alexander Desus, or how Alexander the Great triumphed over King Darius. Yet another one with delusions of grandeur. Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Нельзя к ней.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
У Годоя мы были. Пошли вниз. В смысле узнал бы? Я и так знаю, что ты не очень как человек, Александр. Слушай, ну а если серьезно, ну что, плохое, это очень абстрактно, да? Ну, типа... Что значит плохой? Зависит от того, что, как бы, что ты сделал, да, или какие у тебя черты характера отрицательные, да, они тоже бывают разные. В принципе, ну, как бы... Я думаю, что если бы у тебя были бы какие-то черты отрицательные или какие-то поступки за тобой были бы, которые ты, ну, не пытался бы, скажем так, выпячивать, да, ну, то есть не гордился бы ими или, по крайней мере, не заявлял бы о них громко, но даже если бы я знал, я бы постарался быть к тебе, ну, снисходительным. Мне хочется верить, что... Мне хочется верить, что у меня бы это получалось бы. Вот. Хотя, может быть, и нет. Но вообще зависит, говорю.
I'm looking for someone. Tell me at least who's in there so I don't needlessly go looking around for hours.
Duchess Hillsborough is speaking with Sir Gregory, sir. The other guests have gone back to their rooms through the other side.
Can you tell me where I can find Duke Manuel, please?
Alas, I do not know, sir. I can only assure you he is not in the small salon.
Why do you ask?
Sir Gregory's orders, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
Тут же вопрос такой же, на самом деле, как... Вопрос я также могу тебе адресовать. А вот если бы ты узнал бы, что я плохой человек, Ты бы там что бы сделал? Ты бы перестал ко мне на стримы заходить, или ты бы перестал бы мне донатить, или ты бы, не знаю, мне бы постарался бы испортить жизнь каким-то образом, или... Ну, зависит же, правильно? Наверное, зависит. Ну, видишь, испортить вряд ли, да. Хотя, опять же, наверное, ну, смотря как испортить, да. Ну, то есть, может быть, ты бы не знаю, стал бы заходить, мне дизы ставить на все эти, да. Ну, это же не требует особых усилий, да, но тоже такое, как бы, действие негативное. Вот. Зависит, наверное, от того, что бы ты, ну, зависит от того, что бы ты узнал из именно, да, и как бы ты узнал, то есть как бы я себя вел. Вот.
Have you seen Duke Manuel?
The Duke is in the dining room, sir.
Сука, жрет. Жрет. В основном я баню как бы не столько людей, которые что-то плохое сделали. Я баню в основном, ну, как бы, ну, либо кто агрессивно себя ведет, да, вот, агрессивно проявляет свою какую-то, типа, глупость, или там не умеет нормально общаться. Ну, то, что я считаю, по крайней мере, нормальными стандартами общения, да, в чате. Либо те, кто как-то, ну, не знаю, по-долбоёбски себя ведет. Я вот не могу сейчас лучше сформулировать, да, но, короче, какое-то деятельное нужно фактор меня раздражающий, да, чтобы я забанил. Так, в принципе, ну... Я не помню, чтобы я банил человека в чате, потому что я о нем что-то узнал. Типа, ну, у меня есть среди зрителей, например, люди, которые... среди незабаненных зрителей, люди, которые поддерживают специальную военную операцию России в Украине, да, что я считаю, ну, нехорошая, как бы, штука. Но при этом, если они об этом, типа, в чате не пишут, если они, как бы, это, ну, даже не то, что не высказывают свое мнение, они высказывают его в такой, в категорической форме, да, то я их не баню. Ну, вот, Данилинга ты недавно вспоминал, да, вот. Если бы Данилинг пришел бы в чат и начал бы писать, что, там... Васила, а почему ты ну, почему, если Данилинг написал, почему я предатель Родины, это, наверное, иронично было. Ну, короче, если бы он агрессивно стал бы мне объяснять, почему надо, как бы, расхуярить Киев и попутно Воронеж, я бы его забанил бы, наверное. Но пока Данилинг этого не делает, я не вижу необходимости его банить.
Well. Monsieur de Richet, I was
Ответил
not
на твой
expecting
вопрос.
I am not in the mood, sir. I warn you. What do you want from me, sir?
I see you're still feeling under pressure. Since your arrival, I've noticed that you've been on the defensive. It seems to me that Monsieur Parure has a knack with getting your back up.
That is the least you can say. Indeed, I was warned. I knew what to expect. For God's sake, why in the hell did your people execute their king? Have the French gone stark raving mad? There are nothing but monarchies in power in Europe. They will all come crashing down on you.
We shall see.
Ну, я рад, Александр.
To be the opposite.
You certainly do not lack for audacity, young man.
Хотя, ну, справедливости ради, я скажу, что бывали такие моменты, когда я людей банил на раздражении, когда просто вот человек, ну, что-то писал даже не особо агрессивное, да, но вот я... Ну, короче, я не могу сказать, что я прям вот последователен в политике банов на канале. Это, наверное, плохо, да, но я вот не пришел к какому-то вот совсем... Я сужу скорее вот в каждом случае отдельно. Да, то есть вот недавно я человека забанил просто за одно сообщение, где он что-то там про самоопределение Донбасса написал, без оскорблений, без какого-то негатива в мой адрес, без какого-то прям кринжа. Вот, ну просто меня вот фраза, ну в тот момент конкретно, меня фраза про самоопределение Донбасса, она мне, ну, настолько вот раздражающая, что я сказал, там, товарищ, иди нахуй, и забанил, вот. Правильно ли я поступил? Наверное, не очень. Наверное, не очень хорошо поступил. Вот. Грубо я поступил. Лучше бы просто забанил, без посыланий нахуй.
One thing, monsieur. Why did you side with Mortimer? He is alone, isolated. The United States can do nothing to help you, and France is surrounded by over 10 countries just waiting for the word to pounce. Really, I do not see why you choose Mortimer.
The Golden Order, my friend. The Order is everywhere. We come from France. We are President of the United States, England, and many other countries. We have ambitions and the means to carry them out. You'll see, once all hell breaks out and your English support starts to fade away. The Order is an international organization. It matters little what governments do. Otherwise, why would Mortimer have gone to the trouble of inviting my mother?
If you are right, Sir Gregory has got it all wrong. Tell me, do you really believe Spain has any interest in ceding Louisiana to France?
For Spain, I don't know. But for you, I'm convinced that Lord Mortimer will thank you generously.
You would not be trying to bribe me, would you?
Nothing could be further from my mind. It would be an insult to believe that someone such as yourself might have a practical attitude towards its virtue. Even so, it is only natural that you be supported and encouraged if you were to follow Lord Mortimer, isn't it?
Indeed, for services rendered, it would be natural for me to receive compensation for the time spent achieving such an undertaking, yes?
Naturally. And, given your status, my Lord Duke, the compensation would have to be considerable.
Naturally. Tell me one last thing. What would I gain from all this?
I'm sure that Lord Mortimer will be very appreciative. He's always supported those who have given him help, and you know well that he has every means to do so.
That at least is true.
Come on, you fool, give it up.
Я манипулятор, пиздец.
Monsieur, I am astounded. I did not think you capable, but you have succeeded. I will be more wary of you the next time. Nonetheless, if you can guarantee Lord Mortimer's support, then yes, you can count on my vote when the time comes. However, I expect you to be discreet with regard to my former partners, without which our agreement will become null and void.
Of course, my Lord Duke. You can count on me. Lord Mortimer will be delighted to hear the news.
I hope you know what you are getting into, Louis. I bid you good luck.
Good night, my Lord Duke. See you tomorrow. Well, that's one thing out of the way. Only thing left to do is wait for the conference.
По поводу, кстати, Донбасса, хотел еще тебе сказать, Александр Романов, что ты ругаешься, что я там как-то... Ну, нет, ты, наверное, не... Ну, то есть, ты не ругаешься, что я на эту тему не высказываюсь, ну, потому что я на эту тему на самом деле высказываюсь. Ты ругаешься, что я недостаточно активно высказываюсь, да, как-то на эту тему. Хотелось бы тебе, чтобы я чаще говорил. Но я на самом деле, вот когда у нас был прошлый разговорный стрим, где обсуждали Ну, там, если ты помнишь, там не столько даже спецоперацию, сколько вот всю Донецко-Луганскую историю. Там что-то зашел спор между мной, чатом, и там, ну, ты, еще вот несколько ребят тоже в чате писали, там, про Стрелкова, про то, там, про самоопределение Донбасса, блядь, пиздец. Вот, и я хотел тебе сказать, что ты там говоришь, что вот у тебя там не получается нормально аргументы, а вот я должен спорить, но что у меня получается. Но ты на самом деле очень хорошие аргументы тогда приводил в чате. Ты, еще там несколько ребят, Дэвид Голдман, по-моему, то есть ты там, ну, какие-то еще, ты, по-моему, на какие-то факты ссылался, которые я, например, не знал. Вот, что-то там про отряд Стрелкова было. Поэтому мне кажется, что, ну, то, что ты от меня требуешь, это как бы норм, но не стоит тебе прибедняться, ты, по-моему, ну, ты, короче, нормальный ты онлайн-дебатер, во всяком случае, на тему независимого Донбасса. Вот. Фактологию ты вроде знаешь.
That's me.
Не хуже меня. Ну, Александр Романов тут... Опа.
Good evening, Monsieur le Français.
Duchess, you're here. What a charming surprise.
А чё в комнате вообще нету, блядь, ключей? Чё они все свободно друг другу в комнаты ходят? Я на самом деле, Александр Романов, я стараюсь, у меня есть такое, ну не правило, но установка, я стараюсь не принимать участие в спорах, в которых я некомпетентен, или в которых я недостаточно компетентен, да, и то, что я, то есть я в каких-то областях, в каких-то вопросах я просто не разбираюсь, и поэтому я там, ну, во-первых, я там, очевидно, могу проиграть легко, но я при этом буду стараться там не участвовать, потому что не разбираюсь.
Have managed to penetrate my armor, sir. Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, you surprised me during the conference.
Why is that?
Well, you are going to lose. Why stay with Lord Mortimer?
I believe he has every chance of winning.
My, you are a rash one. However, if ever you want to change sides, please feel free to let me know.
But tell me, you didn't come here to try and make me change my mind, did you?
That's the last thing on my mind, although you would have everything to gain by it.
Do you perhaps know something that I don't? Come on, Emily. It's time you lay your cards on the table. If you know something I don't about Lord Mortimer, now's the time.
I don't want to speak ill of him, but in certain circles, you can't exactly say he has a good reputation.
Continue.
Well, there have been instances where he has used people, then gotten rid of them once he no longer seemed to need them, Louis. He makes fine promises, makes you feel valuable, tests you, but beware. I'm worried that something might happen to you.
Are you advising me to change sides as a precaution?
I'd rather say as a safety measure. Louis, if you trust me, you ought to ask yourself why I have chosen home. You do trust me, don't you?
Of course, Emily.
Admit, though, that it does make you think. There's still time, you know. Join us before it's too late.
I admit, you've sown the seed of doubt, but I don't know how Lord Mortimer's gonna take my last-minute change of mind.
Don't worry yourself about that, really. It's only discussions and verbal jousting. No one's going to die, whatever happens, and Sir Gregory will be there to support you.
Very well. You can count on me to join your side then. But don't tell anyone until the vote.
Promise. We'll make a good team. You'll see.
Tell me, are these visits to Mortimer's always so intense?
Yes and no. My sister doesn't normally disappear like she has. Any news of your mother?
Well, I should imagine you're still shaken. I promise to shed light on my mother's circumstances as soon as possible.
There's not much to shed light on. What your mother did is inexcusable. She won the trust of my sister in order to more easily betray her. She didn't do anything to her. Can we change subject, please? I didn't come here to go through all that again.
Of course, it's late. You're right.
Чё, поебутся?
Come, Louis.
My friends, do not worry. I assure you that Lord Mortimer's plan will never see the light of day. I shall deal with informing our allies, but for the time being, I need you to make a stand.
What do you think about Monsieur de Richet?
I don't know yet. I feel there's great potential in him. He looks like he can be trusted. And Duchess Hillsborough, why isn't she here? She's busy. Don't worry about her.
Oh, isn't it time to replace her?
Not so fast, sir. She is an important figure. You ought to have a little more faith in her. What are we going to do about Washington? He will be a hard nut to crack. On our chessboard, he is Mortimer's king. Don't worry. Mr. President only wants one thing: to keep his dear America united. He won't jeopardize everything he has achieved on a whim. He has been serving Mortimer for quite some time. It won't be easy to bring him around. Do you feel all right, Mr. Godoy? You haven't said a word.
Please excuse me, gentlemen. I feel tired.
Oh, I see. I think it is high time you left us then. Now!
Emily? Emily? Are you there?
Sir, the conference is about to begin. You are expected in the conference room.
Tell them I'm coming. Thank you. Come on, Louis. The game is back on.
My friends, the conference is about to begin. Please excuse me if I troubled you last night with my project. I understand that you might well have a few questions to ask. As you know, the final vote will be cast in a few days. This morning's aim is to answer your questions and check the temperature of your respective positions so that we may reach a greater understanding.
As always, Lord Mortimer.
We parted in perfect disagreement, my lord. Where would you like us to take it from?
Come, sir. Please let William believe he still has a chance of winning us over. Otherwise, his imprecations will lack panache, and we shall be bored stiff.
Oh, let me reassure you, I am convinced that a good night's sleep has brought sound advice, and that this morning will be even more interesting. Therefore, I would like to go around the table in order to hear everyone's first impressions.
Well, I am still firmly against it, even though my choice won't count.
Against.
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 And you, Luke Manuel?
Well, you see, it is more complicated and
Goodbye. Calm, Gregory. Don't try to impress my guests, please.
They are not your guests.
Gregory,
Anyone under my roof is, by definition, my guest. You included. I would be very grateful if you would let my guests speak. Duke Manuel, you were saying you still had some doubts?
Well, you see, the situation has changed since last night.
What's going on here, my Lord Duke?
You see, I gave it some thought during the night. New arguments have come to light.
What do you mean, Duke Manuel?
Sir Gregory, I regret to inform you that Spain will not support you in this operation. I vote for. Moreover, in response to arguments brought to my attention, I declare war on France.
What? What is he doing?
If you think France is afraid of you, you are dreaming.
Over 10 nations rise against you, young man, and you behave like a yapping little dog?
When the French armies are at your door, my Lord Duke, you will change your tune. Well, as for me, I am for Lord Mortimer's project, despite Duchess Hillsborough's overwhelmingly convincing nocturnal attentions.
What? So Emily was playing at trying to win over guests last night?
It was nothing more than a friendly little chat, of course.
How could it be otherwise? And by the way, remember me to your husband when you see him. And you, President Washington, what is your position?
For, of course.
Well, that leaves just yourself and Monsieur Peru, Louis.
You're all making me sick. Look at yourselves.
What?
You are pathetic!
Have you been drinking or what?
There you are, quibbling away. My Lord Duke this, and Madame Duchess that. You know very well that we're nothing but puppets on a
ночь
dance
длинная,
floor.
Александр Романович.
Let's end the charade. It's over.
Jacques.
My lord. Thank you for everything you've done for me over the years, but it didn't come for free. And now I see the price is too high to pay. I'll stop.
Come, Jacques, we'll talk it over.
No, I'm finished. I want my freedom back, my lord. I shall no longer work for you.
Wait!
De Richet, you just can't help it, can you? Stop trying to play the hero, man!
Monsieur, I know I don't really know you, but you seem like a decent person.
I have done so many horrible things!
You blame yourself, I can see that. Everything's not lost.
I don't want to do bad things anymore.
You can take control of yourself again. You can fix whatever it is you've done.
Do you really believe that?
Of course, Jacques. You'll have all the time you need. Look, you've done as much as you can. You have nothing to fear. Your daughter is safe.
Shut up!
Бля. Ну, не вышло. Надо было пытаться, что там, убедить его.
I don't understand. I spoke to him only recently.
Monsieur Peru has lost his mind. It's obvious.
Yet another way for the French to make a spectacle of themselves. Well, once again it has worked.
My friends, let us settle down, please. We are all in shock, of course. Let us praise Louis's gesture anyway. You did what you could. Yes, it was very noble of you, Louis.
It wasn't your fault.
There was nothing else you could have done. I think everyone needs a little rest. Can you stay a moment?
Of course.
Да нет, там надо было его просто, мне кажется, переубеждать.
Louis, I wanted to talk to you a moment about what has happened. All this is tragic, but I wanted to thank you for doing what you could.
I wasn't able to save him.
You couldn't, Louis. You mustn't blame yourself. It is not your fault.
I could have anticipated this. I spoke to him the day before, and I should have seen he was in a bad way.
But I'm guessing he refused your help.
Yes.
You see, you can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved.
We talked. I should have taken it a little more seriously.
What about?
He told me he had the same feelings of remorse as those he mentioned before, his act. And he warned me against you and your influence.
Against me? Why is that? I did everything within my power to promote him. I helped him, funded him, supported him. I always believed in him.
He blames you for leading him in a direction he now regrets.
Blaming me for that is to duck his own responsibility. What you tell me is terribly unjust, Louis. He was not a child. Did he say I forced him?
No.
What a waste.
What are your plans now?
What do you mean?
For the conference. After the disappearances of both Elizabeth Adams and my mother, and now the death of Mr. Perlu, I should imagine that your guests are all packing their bags.
This might come as a bit of a shock to you, perhaps because it was so difficult to bring all these figures together. But I'm convinced that none of them is preparing to leave.
Are you serious?
They are all very experienced politicians, and though they are, of course, affected by the situation, they know full well that such an opportunity will not come again for a long, long time, if ever. They each represent their nation, and know full well that what is at stake here is far greater than the death of poor Monsieur Perlu. You'll see. I am confident that they will all be ready to resume the conference.
If you say so. Allow me to take my leave, please.
Of course. You ought to get some rest. Oh, Louis, one more thing, please. I wanted to thank you for your support during the conference. You've made the right choice, and it gives me tremendous satisfaction to have you with me on this project.
What is at stake is worth it, my lord. Now, I won't hide from you the fact that I have no idea by what miracle we could ever get a unanimous vote.
Trust me, Louis. We still have a few more cards to play. You'll see. Anything can happen in politics.
I'll see you later, my lord.
Так, ну шо, ребят, давайте, может, на сегодня закончим. 5,5 часов посидели, хватит. Завтра будет игровой стрим по Биошоку Инфиниту. Приходите, поиграем. Послезавтра в понедельник, ну точнее сегодня уже будет стрим по Биошоку. В понедельник стрима не будет, поскольку мы с Ярославой в дороге, но на следующей неделе ждите новые интересные стримы. Да, спасибо за компанию, Александр Романов, спасибо за беседу. Все, ребят, всем спокойной ночи. С вами была Елда Богов. И пока-пока. The Council мы, наверное, допройдем в августе, когда я снова буду в Москве. Вот, так что потерпите с The Council. Ну все, давайте, сладких снов.